Manifesto of June 22nd by Seth Hatfield. Preamble. This work delivers an explanation of the very peculiar and ghastly state of things that the Western world has found itself in, especially regarding the situation of terrible loneliness, isolation, and social degradation that is now a stark reality for many men of varying ages across our societies. It is a reality that was steadily growing and looming within the shadows, on the peripheries of common discourse for a long time, and only relatively recently has it grown prominent enough to come to be openly acknowledged by the powers that be, and indeed also by the general population to some extent, as something that actually exists at all. Although the existence of this mysterious dread is now at least verbally acknowledged on a considerable scale, it is still the case that its true nature and the way in which it can be done away with remain almost entirely hidden from people. I have seen it fit to produce and publish a concise and scientifically supported account of just what this gloomy and pervasive male loneliness actually is, how it came to be, and what should be done about it henceforth. 1. In this text, I primarily deal with the state of things regarding young people, approximately under the age of 30, that live in the highly developed Western nations of today. But I maintain that the information here is still very relevant to many older people and to other areas of the world, and I believe that some of the ideas expressed in this writing may possibly be even more well received in various non-Western nations than in the Western nations that this work describes. I therefore directly condone and encourage the publication of this text in the Russian, Arabic, Farsi, Hindi, Spanish, Portuguese, and Mandarin Chinese languages. Note, however, that I do not intend to cause unrest within non-Western nations by the distribution of this text therein, but rather I hope that this work will help to elucidate the true nature of the West to the inhabitants of those places, so that they may be disillusioned of any residual notions of Western advancement or superiority that they might still hold. 1. Foundations. In the reality in which we live, manifold things exist. None of these things exist in complete isolation from other things, but are engaged in a constant process of interaction which manifests in varying ways and has varying effects on the manifold things that exist. The reality in which we live is henceforth referred to as nature. Some of the things that exist within nature are living, and some are not. The broad category of living things that exist in nature are henceforth referred to as organisms. Organisms can be coherently classified into various categories based on characteristics that they hold in common. The study of this classification is the science of taxonomy. In taxonomy, organisms that share the common characteristic of having a vertebral column are assigned to the subphylum Vertebrata. Because very many organisms have vertebral columns, the subphylum Vertebrata accordingly has very many members, including frogs, fish, snakes, birds, raccoons, deer, human beings, and many others. Organisms of the subphylum Vertebrata are henceforth referred to as vertebrates. vertebrates tend to exhibit a trait known as dimorphism. Dimorphism is defined as the existence of two distinct physical morphs exhibited within a given species by males and females of that species respectively. Dimorphism in many vertebrates is not so easy to discern by merely glancing at them, but with others, such as certain bird species and humans, it is quite easy to spot. The brain is an organ of the body and is possessed by all vertebrate organisms in nature. Therefore, dimorphism, which affects the physical aspects of vertebrates, consequentially can affect the mental processes and behavior of vertebrates, since the brain, which performs mental processes and induces behavior, is itself a physical organ. Of the many vertebrates that exhibit dimorphism, humans are among the species in which dimorphism, especially as it pertains to the behavior and mental processes of individuals, is the most plainly apparent and self-evident, and this has been understood for a long time. Since dimorphism affects both the external appearance of humans based on their sex and the behavior of humans based on their sex, there resultingly are general differences between the two sexes which are quite consistent across all human populations. Of course, some outlier instances do sporadically occur, and it is entirely possible for humans of the female sex to sometimes outwardly resemble humans of the male sex, while it is also possible for humans of the male sex to behave like humans of the female sex normally do, and so on and so forth. Such instances, however, do not diminish the inherent reality of dimorphism and its effects, just as outlier instances in which people have survived falling from a great height do not diminish the inherent reality of the danger of falling from a great height. At all events, the effects of dimorphism, which are in large part uniform across all human populations, remain self-evident. The physical effects of dimorphism, as manifest in humans, can be described thusly. Males and females of the human species display generally consistent variations in stature, with males typically being larger than females. The sexes also display generally consistent physical variations in the strength and thickness of the bones, the pitch of the voice, the morphology of the skull, the likelihood of experiencing balding, and the ability to grow facial hair, with males being more likely to experience balding and to grow facial hair, and also typically having stronger and thicker bones, as well as a more robust morphology of the skull and a voice of lower pitch. The reproductive organs of the sexes vary greatly in their morphology, and the two sexes themselves serve different respective functions within the reproductive process. This being a dynamic which is a characteristic feature of members of the subphylum Vertebrata. The typical process of human reproduction occurs when a male individual and a female individual engage in copulation that results in the impregnation of the female, after which the embryo within the womb of the female remains alive until it is born, and reproduction has thereby occurred. In vertebrates broadly, and in humans especially, the desire to engage in reproduction and thereby in copulation is very strongly present in healthy individuals that are of adult age. This desire to reproduce does not arise by any means through some kind of human autonomy, but is simply a consequence of innate natural factors. Now that we understand the basics of human reproduction and have looked at some of the effects of dimorphism, which relate to rather overt physical characteristics in humans, we will proceed to examine more closely how dimorphism affects human behavior. Another category of differences exists, and these are still generally understood by people, albeit to a somewhat lesser degree, especially in Western societies. These differences are moderately less superficial and are composed of elements such as career preference, political ideation, and variations in the emotional processing of events. There are certain behavioral differences between the two sexes in humans that are widely understood, even if that understanding is not always verbally expressed by those who partake in it. These more widely acknowledged differences comprise relatively superficial aspects, namely preferences of clothing, inclinations towards different varieties of entertainment, and other such things. Finally, being even more obfuscated from common view, there exists between the sexes in humans one more category of differences which pertain to their methods of participation in the reproductive process itself. Now, we have indeed already seen how each sex serves its own function in the reproductive process. Namely, they must come together to perform copulation, with the male impregnating the female during that act. But what we are now talking about here is exactly how they come together in the first place, or more precisely, how the methods of mate selection vary between male and female humans. Just what these variations are will become clear momentarily, but first it is necessary to explain how such differences arose at all. And in doing so, we will see that their origin lies in the very nature of dimorphism. In the reproductive process of humans and many other dimorphic vertebrates, the females of the species are the sex that give birth to offspring, while the males can only impregnate the females. For adult human males, the bodily production of sperm is ongoing constantly, and for a very large portion of the male's life, with a steady quantity being continually produced, while the act of expending it, relatively frequently, does not result in deleterious physical effects in male individuals that are generally healthy. For adult human females, on the other hand, ovulation occurs only about once a month, and it takes approximately 9 months after the instance of the impregnation of the female for that female to birth a single healthy offspring. It is also a reality that the reproductive process is vastly more strenuous and taxing on the body with human females than it is with human males. And this is in large part due to the fact that it is females who physically birth the offspring in the reproductive process, and that great physical complications come with the act of directly bringing a newborn human into the world. As a result of these various factors, it is possible for one male human to impregnate hundreds of female humans and to thereby have hundreds of offspring within his lifetime, and even within a relatively short fraction of it. But the converse does not hold, as it is not possible for one female to birth hundreds of children within a short period of time. And even if she gave birth continually throughout her adult lifetime, she would become infertile before even coming close to having just 100 children. And so, with all these factors in existence, it is by necessity that the healthy adult human female who desires to reproduce is more exclusive in the process of mate selection than is the healthy adult human male who also desires to reproduce. To reiterate, she is more exclusive because there is inherently much more biological risk for her in the reproductive process than there is for her male counterpart. By biological risk, I mean regarding the health of both herself and her offspring. Healthy humans do not want to die, and they desire for their offspring to survive and to thrive while doing so. And offspring will naturally struggle to do that if they are physically weak or otherwise vulnerable or unhealthy. Both parents pass on some of their traits through their genes, and traits that signal greater health or genetic quality in nature, such as height and handsomeness in males, or prettiness and curvaceousness in females, are called attractive by adult human beings. Since the female understands implicitly that the male passes on some of his traits in the reproductive process, the female wishes to make sure that her mate is the best, that is, the most attractive that she can possibly get, in order for her offspring to be as healthy as they can possibly be. The male, on the other hand, is not so concerned about this. Certainly, if given the option of only producing offspring with the most attractive of females, he will indeed do so. But since nature almost never presents such opportunities, the male is usually perfectly content to copulate with almost any adult female that is available to him, with his only selection criterion being that the female is at least remotely healthy. As we have seen, there is less biological risk for him to act in this way, since his production of sperm is merely continual and not cyclical, and since his only required role in the reproductive process is merely to dispense his sperm, and nothing beyond that. Even if his copulation results in an unhealthy, short, and physically weak offspring, he can merely try again hundreds of other times. Hence, why there is no strong incentive for him to be very exclusive in the mate selection process like there is with females. What results from all of this is a situation among humans in which a glaring contradiction is present, as the two sexes broadly have opposing biological interests. The healthy males all seek to reproduce, and their biological imperative, which is an imperative because it is immensely strong and unyielding, is to reproduce with as many females as possible, with little regard to their attractiveness. On the other hand, all the healthy females also seek to reproduce, but their biological imperative is to reproduce with only a select group of males, and with great regard to their attractiveness. In this we see that the biological imperatives of the two sexes are contradictory, as they cannot both be fulfilled at the same time. And this phenomenon I call the contradiction of the imperatives. This relatively simple and demonstrably true reality, now laid bare before us, has previously been generally obfuscated from the view of humanity. And thusly, there are few who are fully aware of its reality at the time of this writing. Since we have now managed to gain a conscious understanding of its existence, we have acquired the fundamental knowledge that will be essential for us to comprehend the state of Western society today. And this comprehension will be attained by us throughout the rest of our investigation. 2. The contradiction of the imperatives and human society. The existence of the contradiction of the imperatives has naturally produced oppositional forces, at varying degrees of severity, between the two sexes in all hitherto existing human societies. Historically, we have seen that the transition from the primitive hunter-gatherer mode of human life into early civilization itself entailed the establishment of regulations or restrictions which were legalistically imposed onto human populations and without which civilization would not have developed at all. Some of these regulations were involved directly with ameliorating the antagonistic dynamics between the sexes produced by the contradiction of the imperatives. The foremost of this category of regulation was the practice of monogamy. Monogamy is defined here as two individuals of a given species coming together to form a social pair and thereby living in cooperation with one another, while occasionally mating and producing offspring together. Offspring which is cared for and raised by the pair. Some non-human animals do engage in this, but it is primarily known to occur amongst civilized humans. The reason why monogamy was so crucial as an ingredient in the creation of the earliest civilizations was the very powerful way in which it improved the lives of the broad category of adult male humans of merely average physical ability and attractiveness, or in other words, the people who composed the vast majority of those laborers, urban and agricultural, who physically constructed the infrastructure of the first civilizations. In previous times, before monogamy had been instituted, this large class of males was usually subjected to an existence full of harshness and brutality. Their short lives were comprised largely of serving small communities which did not benefit them very much, or more specifically, they were serving the females who themselves were all only breeding with a few of the males, evidently those males that were the most strong and attractive and held leading roles in the primitive hunter-gatherer societies. This state of things remained for a long time, to the point where it is even the case that while most of the female humans who lived in the past were indeed able to reproduce, most male humans that lived in the past actually never ended up reproducing at all, as most of them lived in those primitive days and found themselves amongst the large category of males who were not desired as mating partners by females and were not strong or organized enough to take power from the dominant males. Eventually, the widespread hunter-gatherer lifestyle began to be replaced in certain areas by agricultural lifestyles. In regions where this occurred, there appeared the earliest formations of human civilization, and therein the initial institution of monogamy as a societal practice. Once monogamy had been instituted, the broad class of common males then found themselves far better off than they had been. For under monogamy, they no longer had to spend their lives in miserable loneliness and savage brutality, only to die young at the hands of some stronger human male or some carnivorous wild animal. Within the monogamous agricultural city-states of the earliest civilizations, which were often quite communal, these men could instead spend their lives in relative peace, engaging in agricultural work, developing civilization further, and living with their wives. Having gained secure and steady access to intimacy through the institution of monogamy, these men could now experience copulation and romantic love, thereby attaining self-actualization, something which was previously inaccessible to them. Thusly, their lot had vastly improved in every way, and civilization was now able to advance, since most of the male population was now stabilized and reproducing via monogamy. The new arrangement, however, was not uniformly beneficial to every group of people. Indeed, under monogamy in early civilization, most women, while their lot had indeed been improved in many ways, through factors such as easier access to food, greater general safety in daily life, and the presence of stronger and more unified communities, ultimately could no longer indulge in the excessive fulfillment of their biological imperative as they once did back in the pre-civilization times. Now they found themselves legalistically bound to just one common man, while those rare few males whom the females most strongly desired to copulate with were either far away and rather inaccessible in their palaces, or themselves were engaging in monogamy. Lastly, we have the small class of males that were strongly desired as mating partners by females. These types seem to have benefited the least overall from the societal shift into agriculture and monogamy, as previously they were the unchallenged masters of their primitive hunter-gatherer realms, being able to have women in practically endless abundance and with basically no repercussions. While in the new agricultural city-states, on the other hand, there often were severe repercussions for them if they violated the established laws. And they additionally had to contend for power with more gentle and civilized males who operated not by brute strength, but by sagacity and knowledge. These men, who would have been easy targets for the elite, powerful and strong men in earlier times, but who now found themselves under the generally firm protection of the new laws and their enforcers, whilst also having access to new metal weapons that gave them a fighting chance against taller and stronger males. And so it was that ancient monogamous civilization, beginning as far as we can tell in Mesopotamia, also emerged elsewhere in places such as China and India, and spread organically throughout much of Eurasia, civilizing many populations and bringing them into a more ordered, gentle, agricultural, harmonious and monogamous way of life. Now, the new way of life that had come into existence, although it did indeed provide many improvements, was still far from ideal. And there was, in fact, still many wars, famines, and pestilences, while it is also the case that the main pillar of the economic structure of these ancient societies was slavery. To trace in detail the development of the rest of human civilization up until the present moment would be quite a task, and would also be beyond the scope of this work, as what we are trying to do here is not to gain an exhaustive view of all of history, but simply to understand the present state of things with clarity. Thus it will suffice to say that for many centuries, as the ancient societies reformed into feudal societies, and those feudal societies then reformed into low capitalist societies, it is the case that monogamy remained quite firmly in place throughout. And resultingly, most common males were able to live relatively fulfilling existences, being able to have families with their wives and to contribute to their societies, whether that be as a laborer, artisan, poet, soldier, or philosopher. All of this was possible as they did not have to waste their lives in savage, senseless, and brutal sexual competition like they formerly did in primitive times. Recently, however, there has been a great shift in things. And where once the antagonisms that result from the contradiction of the imperatives were widely ameliorated through the institution of monogamy, it is now actually the case that in high capitalist societies, that is, in the societies of the Western world, monogamy is no longer prevalent at all. And as a result, we find present a vastly unequal distribution of intimacy amongst the human populations of those nations. A skewed inequality not so unlike that which existed in primitive times, in that we find most of the females only copulating with a tiny fractional group of the males. In order to understand how the present high capitalist societies came into existence, and just why it is that monogamy is not something that prevails within them, in the next chapter we will examine the relatively recent circumstances of the 20th century which led into the creation of the present state of things in Western society. 3. The genesis of the hypergamy state. The hypergamy state in which Westerners now live is essentially an inevitable result of the economic system of capitalism, as we shall soon see. Before we begin the narrative of this chapter itself, though, it will be necessary for me to give some definitions of certain terms that are used in this text. Several of these terms are not of my own invention, and therefore the reader may already be familiar with them. But I give definitions here because my own understandings of these terms may not correlate to the reader's previous knowledge of them. Definition 1. By low capitalism, I mean capitalism in its pre-industrialized form, as it existed from its earliest days in the European towns of the Renaissance until the completion of the industrialization process, which occurred varyingly in different places, but in Western societies had largely taken place by the end of the Victorian era. Definition 2. By high capitalism, I mean capitalism in its fullness, that is, capitalism with the entire strength of technological industry and all of the many powerful assets produced from that industry being fully and extensively utilized in enhancing and enforcing the continuing dominance of the bourgeois class. Some people refer to this as monopoly capitalism, imperialism, or globalism, while additionally some others say that it is actually a bastardized form of socialism, since the corporations plan the economy in some ways. For the sake of clarity, however, I will simply be using the term high capitalism in this work. Definition 3. By middle class, I mean both the petty bourgeois class and the labor aristocracy together as one broad group. Lastly, we have the small class of males that were strongly desired as mating partners by females. These types seem to have benefited the least overall from the societal shift into agriculture and monogamy, as previously they were the unchallenged masters of their primitive hunter-gatherer realms, being able to have women in practically endless abundance and with basically no repercussions. While in the new agricultural city-states, on the other hand, there often were severe repercussions for them if they violated the established laws. And they additionally had to contend for power with more gentle and civilized males who operated not by brute strength, but by sagacity and knowledge. These men, who would have been easy targets for the elite, powerful and strong men in earlier times, but who now found themselves under the generally firm protection of the new laws and their enforcers, whilst also having access to new metal weapons that gave them a fighting chance against taller and stronger males. And so it was that ancient monogamous civilization, beginning as far as we can tell in Mesopotamia, also emerged elsewhere in places such as China and India, and spread organically throughout much of Eurasia, civilizing many populations and bringing them into a more ordered, gentle, agricultural, harmonious, and monogamous way of life. Now, the new way of life that had come into existence, although it did indeed provide many improvements, was still far from ideal. And there was, in fact, still many wars, famines, and pestilences, while it is also the case that the main pillar of the economic structure of these ancient societies was slavery. To trace in detail the development of the rest of human civilization up until the present moment would be quite a task, and would also be beyond the scope of this work, as what we are trying to do here is not to gain an exhaustive view of all of history, but simply to understand the present state of things with clarity. Thus it will suffice to say that for many centuries, as the ancient societies reformed into feudal societies, and those feudal societies then reformed into low capitalist societies, it is the case that monogamy remained quite firmly in place throughout. And resultingly, most common males were able to live relatively fulfilling existences, being able to have families with their wives and to contribute to their societies, whether that be as a laborer, artisan, poet, soldier, or philosopher. All of this was possible as they did not have to waste their lives in savage, senseless, and brutal sexual competition like they formerly did in primitive times. Recently, however, there has been a great shift in things. And where once the antagonisms that result from the contradiction of the imperatives were widely ameliorated through the institution of monogamy, it is now actually the case that in high capitalist societies, that is, in the societies of the Western world, monogamy is no longer prevalent at all. And as a result, we find present a vastly unequal distribution of intimacy amongst the human populations of those nations. A skewed inequality not so unlike that which existed in primitive times, in that we find most of the females only copulating with a tiny fractional group of the males. In order to understand how the present high capitalist societies came into existence, and just why it is that monogamy is not something that prevails within them, in the next chapter we will examine the relatively recent circumstances of the 20th century which led into the creation of the present state of things in Western society. Firstly, liberalism and capitalism operate under the assumption that all humans are created equal. This assumption is blatantly and demonstrably false. 18 sex pem. But the bourgeois class needs people to believe in it. For when it is widely accepted to be true, it is consequentially inferred by people generally that any problem which occurs in society is not the result of tangible and inherent problems in the societal order itself, but of some personal, autonomous choice of laziness or otherwise on the part of the person or people suffering from any given problem. As, since they supposedly started out with the exact same setup as the successful people, it follows that they must have received their misfortunes by deliberate choice. Consequently, people tend not to look deeper into the underlying systemic causes of societal problems, and thusly the underlying societal order of high capitalism is not criticized or endangered. Which is to say that the wealth of the bourgeois class is not endangered. Secondly, liberalism and capitalism operate under the assumptions that all humans are basically good, and that they desire to engage in competition. Both notions are patently and obviously false. Humans are neither basically good nor basically evil, but are inherently capable of both goodness and badness, as they are basically animals and are complex creatures with very strong inherent drives that can have both harmful and positive impacts on those around them. Regarding competition, it is perfectly natural for some humans to have no interest in it, as life is not a sporting event, and cooperation is just as natural in biology as competition is. The bourgeois class needs people to think that humans are basically good in order for people to accept unquestioningly the absurd freedom that has been obtained by the bourgeois class, especially in economic matters. If it was understood widely that humans are not basically good, but do tend strongly to become very greedy and debauched when granted unlimited access to luxury, then more people would strive for stronger regulations. Regulations which, if installed, would hinder or entirely remove the power of the bourgeois class. The reason the bourgeois class needs people to think that all humans naturally desire to engage in competition is so that the bourgeois can then label anybody who does not wish to compete or who wishes to restructure society in a form that is not capitalism as being some kind of aberration that should not be listened to, on account of their supposed abnormality. Finally, liberalism and capitalism operate under the assumption that all humans are rational-minded and fully autonomous, and are thereby fully capable of obtaining a life of contentment merely by wanting to live such a life greatly enough. This idea is completely false. For if it were true, we could reasonably expect that no human being would be dissatisfied with their existence at all, as they all would merely choose to live a better existence and then begin to do just that, since that option is supposedly entirely open to them. No sane or healthy person wants to be in chronic pain, or to be starving, or socially isolated. These unfortunate conditions are by no means chosen, but are in reality forced onto people through biological, societal, and historical processes that are outside of the control of the individual. But the bourgeois class needs people to think that they are fully autonomous and rational-minded. For it not only gives people the illusion that the bourgeois class themselves attained all of their power through honest and genuine hard work instead of through luck, but the assumption additionally causes people to falsely believe that any problems encountered by themselves or others are not serious issues that are the results of any inherent flaws in society that arise out of capitalism, but instead are mere trivialities that can supposedly be overcome easily by anyone who wishes to overcome them. We thusly have summarized the main assumptions on which the philosophies of liberalism, capitalism, and by extension of Western society are based and maintained. Therefore, we can now at last look with closeness at how monogamy has been largely done away with in high capitalism. And we also may view in detail the hypergamy that has replaced it. To put it quite simply, capitalism is a system based on the continual profit of a select few people, who are the bourgeois class. And it was ultimately the case that the widespread practice of monogamy simply proved to be less monetarily profitable for the bourgeois than hypergamy did. Remember, Capitalism was never designed towards the benefit of the common male of the working class, or of the whole of society at all, but rather it was designed by the bourgeois class towards their own benefit. During the world wars of the 20th century and the interwar period, while capitalism was increasing in its technological advancements, the stability of Western bourgeois dominance was threatened greatly by the rise of communism, a system which directly attacked the power of the bourgeois class and improved the lot of the proletarian male. After the chaos of the world wars came to an end, however, the international communist movement was still not as powerful as the Western capitalist world, and the Western bourgeois class, which had been increasingly gaining power for much time and had just defeated its National Socialist enemies, suddenly found itself in an outrageously prosperous and triumphant position, being absolutely free to restructure Western society to their own wishes, namely, towards the goal of increasing their profit and power. This restructuring was not a wholly autonomous and deliberate act on their part, but was more so performed by them due to the nature of their very role in capitalism as the bourgeois class itself. And it was thereby merely an inevitable consequence of capitalism simply existing in Western nations. It did not take very long at all for the sheer magnitude of the changes that Western society was undergoing to become blatantly apparent. And these changes occurred to a degree of rapidness that had not been seen before. The 1950s, though so commonly idealized by conservatives today, was in actuality a time of rampant substance abuse, infidelities, and general degeneracy in the West, as compared with previous times. It was in that decade that the rapid growth and proliferation of a new degenerative capitalist monoculture occurred. This monoculture was the direct predecessor of the one which still dominates excessively in the Western world today, and still indeed finds itself spreading to new corners of the earth. It was and is characterized by the spread of unhealthy and commodified food, the propagation of increasingly vulgar and degenerate commercialized music, and the replacement of more gentle, traditional and localized cultural practices with new commodified practices based heavily upon the inordinate idolization of so-called celebrities, be they actresses, musicians, sports stars, or what have you. If one examines the particular changes more closely, one sees how they were most certainly made towards the ends of bourgeois monetary profit. It is more profitable to produce and sell good-tasting but unhealthy food than it is to produce and sell healthy food, which is more costly to produce and is less enticing to a great portion of consumers. It is more profitable to promote and sell newfangled and exciting musical genres to people than it is to promote and sell classical music, which has far less of an appeal to potential consumers generally. It is immensely more profitable to inculcate and propagate a consumeristic monoculture within society than it is to maintain more simplistic and traditional cultural practices. The transformation process accelerated throughout the 1960s, and by the 1970s society had become practically unrecognizable from how it had been during the times before the Second World War. There is indeed one change that was made which was more striking and more socially and culturally consequential than perhaps all of the others. And this change itself was the abandoning of any and all societal aspects which had served the function of maintaining monogamy. Once this occurred, the hypergamy state came to prevail in the West, and this catastrophic change, as we may expect, was made towards the goal of bourgeois profit. The reasoning for this is not terribly complicated. Back while monogamy was still very firmly in place, it was a reality that the majority of the female population, which itself comprised about half of the entire human population, was generally cut off from bourgeois exploitation, as they remained in their homes, performing household tasks and raising children with their husbands. Since such an arrangement was obviously highly unprofitable for the bourgeois class, feminism was allowed to flourish and was directly promoted. While bourgeois businessmen gladly allowed women to enter the workforce and thereby to contribute in massive numbers to the expansion of the power of bourgeois industries, and also to obtain their own salaries, with which they could consume countless products and stimulate the economy further. Having then obtained the means of generating their own salaries, and with traditional culture now being replaced by high capitalist monoculture, women simply no longer wanted or even needed common men as much as they once did. And monogamy thereby plummeted in frequency, with women overwhelmingly preferring to work for corporations while earning money and engaging in hypergamy, as opposed to working for common husbands who did not pay them money and who expected monogamy. It was during these times that divorce rates in Western nations first started to skyrocket, while birth rates plummeted accordingly. And both of these phenomena were the direct result of the economic autonomy that the female population had gained. The simple reason that they largely preferred to be hypergamous while working for corporations, as opposed to being monogamous while working for a husband, is because the path of corporate concubinage was more in accordance with their biological imperative. Since birth rates had plummeted, the bourgeois class needed a way to keep the population of Western nations growing, and also to obtain more cheap labor, as the populations of Western nations were growing more and more used to relatively luxurious conditions, and therefore were becoming less and less willing to work excessively low-paying jobs. Of course, the bourgeois class was not about to bring back monogamy in order to lift the birth rates back up, as that would mean ending an incredibly profitable arrangement. So instead, they opted for the cheaper solution, which was to begin the practice of merely importing continual and ceaseless waves of immigrants from the global south into Western countries, drawing from a wide range of populations. And so it was that the now ubiquitous global south-derived migration waves into the West began at the same time that the hypergamy state was becoming dominant, all because the insatiably greedy bourgeois class found it to be far more profitable to simply import cheap labor while allowing rampant hypergamy to go on, than to promote monogamy while paying white couples enough money to have healthy families. During the 1980s, the bourgeois class vastly accelerated in its consolidation of power across the Western world. And this was done in a very clever and deceptive way that is worth elucidating here. In those times, common Western men, seeing how bad things were now getting for them socially, wanted greatly to return to previous days, in which monogamy and more traditional cultural practices were still widespread. Seeing this, the bourgeois class proceeded to prop up several conservative figureheads, for example Reagan and Thatcher, who claimed to be supporters of the common man. These figureheads then won elections by large margins, much to the rejoicing of males across the West. The problem for these males, though, was that the people who they had voted in were indeed mere figureheads, and when it came to actually fixing the problems that the common man wished to have fixed, the only solutions that these figureheads offered were things along the lines of more privatization, more emphasis on individual responsibility, and more tax cuts for the rich. Essentially things which all suspiciously only benefited the bourgeois class and not the common man, while these also were things which actually increased the speed and severity of the downfall of monogamy in Western countries. Thusly, monogamy in the West did not make a sudden comeback in the 1980s, but continued to decline ever more steeply. But all of this thus far mostly pertains to the Western high capitalist world. In regard to the communist world, it is the case that little or none of the rampant degeneration of the West occurred there, and monogamy, along with traditional cultural customs, were maintained rather consistently. But the bourgeois class gained a shocking victory with the collapse of the Soviet Union, along with all of the other European communist nations that once existed. At the time that I am writing this, there are but 5 communist countries left on Earth, much to the chagrin of the Western bourgeois class, who wish to see all of those nations defeated and their populations brought into the domain of Western capital. Regarding the collapse of the Soviet Union, it is the case that nowhere are the evils of capitalism more apparent than in the horrific transformation that Russian and Eastern European societies underwent in the 1990s, shifting from culturally healthy and largely monogamous nations under communist leadership into chaotic, miserable, crime-ridden, hypergamous hellscapes under capitalism, a system which allows the most cruel and brutal of drug dealers, gangsters, pimps and oligarchs to achieve firm and steady power and to reign tyrannically over helpless populations. With the Soviet Union and many of its allies having been defeated and their populations brought into the domain of Western corporate interests, the Western bourgeois class, under the system which many of its members refer to as neoliberalism, entered into what has as yet been their halcyon days, which were those of the 1990s and early 2000s, the times in which we saw the genesis of the fully modern, fully contemporaneous Western capitalist monoculture that we at the time of this writing are familiar with. And soon this culture became fully developed with the widespread propagation of the cell phone and social media in the late 2000s and early 2010s. The hypergamy state in its fullness had emerged. And this hypergamy state is what we in the West are now living in. Its characteristic feature is an intense and appallingly unequal distribution of intimacy within the human population. And this disparity, along with other features of the hypergamy state and their effects on humans, will be examined by us with careful attention in the following chapter. 4. Results of the present mode of intimacy in Western society. 4. 1. General results. From the prevalence of hypergamy in Western society, an array of vile iniquities and warped abominations, hitherto entirely unseen, have arisen and become rampant. To examine this chaotic catastrophe in an orderly manner, we will view the effects of the hypergamy state upon each of the 3 main socio-biological classes of contemporary Western society in descending order, with regard to the amount and quality of intimacy that each class has access to. The three classes are, in descending order, the males that are sexually desired and considered attractive by females, the females themselves, and lastly, the common males, which are the majority of males. The attractive males, who for our purposes we will simply refer to as the favored or favored males, are the socio-biological class that has found itself thriving the most out of any within the hypergamy state. They are much less numerous than the females and the common males, and many of them actually also belong to the bourgeois and middle classes, while they tend generally not to work lower-paying labor jobs. From the time of their birth, the life experiences of the favored males are more positive and conducive to social thriving and general happiness than are those of the common males. This is because beauty is objective, and the perception of it is measurable within the brain, 29. And since humans are adapted to prefer beauty, it is simply inevitable that people who possess beauty are treated far better than those who do not, even at a very young age and by their equally young peers, 30, as well as by their own parents, as it is known that homely-looking children are far more likely to face maltreatment at the hands of their parents than their more genetically fortunate counterparts, who conversely are more likely to receive genuine affection and care in abundance from their parents. For the favored, these realities provide blissful childhoods which lead into exciting and fulfilling adolescent existences in which they experience, through little or no actual effort on their part, a myriad of positive social interactions with their friends and their female partners. As they continue to live, intimacy continues to prevail for them quickly and easily, and remains in abundance, as a great deal of females have no problem throwing themselves at the favored consistently and often repeatedly. Due to the simply excessive amount of joyous triumph that favored males are granted, a not insignificant portion of them often develop a vain, egoistic, narcissistic, arrogant, and aggressive attitude towards things which they are not reprimanded for, solely on account of their beauty. The concepts of romance and love often become meaningless or nothing special to them, while they sometimes begin to see those things merely as jokes, and many of them take great delight in ridiculing and humiliating some of the more vulnerable of their common male peers. Some favored males even degenerate into absolute psychopathy and indulge in the most hideously monstrous forms of debauchery imaginable, though this often does little or nothing to repel the lust of females. The reason for their outrageous degeneracy isn't so difficult to understand. Because intimacy is so unbelievably common for the favored male, they often end up seeing very little value in it, for it is as abundant to them as the air that is breathed is abundant to the common male, and thereby the favored male is more likely to be wasteful and ambivalent when it comes to the endless stream of intimacy and affection that he receives, and he commonly pays no mind as to how his debauched actions may negatively affect the many girls who adore him. As time goes on, he also often begins to require more and more depraved and shocking sexual experiences, since more normal sexual acts increasingly fail to bring him significant amounts of pleasure, for he has been desensitized to them. The halcyon days of the typical favored male are most certainly those of his young adulthood, during which he is still youthful but has just obtained a vast degree of freedom and is for the time being free of the more restricting responsibilities that typically emerge after young adulthood. Almost purely on the basis of his looks, he continues to indulge in a life of popularity and social thriving, 33, with there being no shortage of friends, parties, and affection for him, and all the while he continues to roll about in nearly endless inordinate intimacy with a myriad of female partners. In many cases, of course, he will pretend at monogamy by having an ostensible girlfriend, while continually copulating with other females without the knowledge of his so-called girlfriend. Alternatively, he may simply have a succession of girlfriends, being able to swiftly find a replacement whenever any given relationship ends for whatever reason. Lastly, of course, he may at some point indeed obtain one girlfriend that he stays with and eventually ends up marrying, though he may or may not remain faithful to her. This latter scenario is more likely to be found in areas of the West where traditional values are still present to some degree, as opposed to more cosmopolitan or liberal areas. After his young adulthood ends, he is quite likely to ascend to a thriving socioeconomic position in society, if he was not simply born into such circumstances already, that is. And he is far more likely to find himself situated thusly than are his less attractive male counterparts. 34. He may continually remain unmarried, enjoying the revolving plethora of women that he has been given unlimited access to. Or perhaps he may become married, though if he finds himself in a marriage in which he perceives himself to be lacking sexual satisfaction, he is able to simply cheat on his wife as he pleases, and such scenarios are very common now. Should he eventually get divorced for whatever reason, he will be able to find a new and committed partner with relative ease, so long as he is not too old, as all physical beauty naturally fades with age. In summation, the favored males within the hypergamy state typically live a life of abundant intimacy, which is given very passionately to them, as it originates from a place of genuine biological desire on the part of the females, who, consciously or not, wish to reproduce with them. The favored male is desired by females due to his physical appearance, which signals good genetics or biological value, and thereby the female desires him for mating infinitely more than she does other males, whose appearances do not signal the same high level of biological value. The physical traits which are widely characteristic of the favored male are the following: a handsome masculine face, a tall height, a healthy build, and Caucasian or Caucasian-looking features. 35. Favored males seem to usually exhibit all of these physical factors together, and outlier cases typically are ones in which a favored male is not tall, but is exceptionally handsome, or alternatively, he is not exceptionally handsome, but is exceptionally tall. I encourage readers from Western countries, while walking about in public places, to observe the young couples visible there, for in doing so you will realize that the male of the partnership practically always matches up to the physical descriptions of the favored male that I have given here, which, in a word, is tall/relatively tall, white/white looking, and handsome/not bad looking. Or, at the very least, he will exhibit 2 out of those 3 qualities, though more often than not, he will simply be tall and white, with a marginally handsome face. 36. If you see a male that does not match up to what I've described, he will probably either be alone or with people who are not women that he receives intimacy from. The only real danger that the favored male typically faces in his life is that of losing his attractiveness. This can happen if he manages to find himself in a predicament in which his height and/or his face have become rapidly altered in a bad way, though it far more commonly happens due to simple aging. Once the favored male has aged to the point of losing his attractiveness, he basically becomes a common male, though one that has much more sexual experience and probably more wealth than other common males. So much for our general description of the favored males of the hypergamy state. Now, regarding the female inhabitants of the hypergamy state, some may contend that they are actually better off than the favored males are. But I do not think this is so. And my view is that while the females are indeed vastly better off than the common males, they consistently do not quite ascend the favored males, or at least the most fortunate of the favored males, in the overall level of power and abundance that they obtain. And ultimately, it is indeed the favored males who typically face the least problems within Western society. As for the female childhood experience in the West, there is a similar situation to that of the favored males, in that the female child is far more likely to be cherished, lauded, encouraged, heard, protected, and genuinely loved than the common male child is. It is even the case that in the classroom, young girls are treated far better on average than young boys are by their teachers. All of this causes young girls to usually be vastly more sociable, contented, together, motivated, and confident than most young boys. And this in turn helps girls to gain more meaningful, socially active, and fulfilling adolescences. Just like the favored males, the females quite quickly are able to pass all of the important social milestones, and during their young adulthood, intimacy exists for them in abundance. This reality is true for most females generally, and not just for the most attractive of them. But how can that be, the reader may ask? How is it that basically all females in the hypergamy state achieve intimacy in abundance, while a gigantic portion of the males struggle to attain any intimacy at all? Well, this is because the intimacy is being distributed in an unequal manner, as the females are quite simply only dispensing it 39 to a select clique of males, the favored, while the rest of the males, who are not perceived by females as having any significant biological value, are largely socially ignored outright. Because in the hypergamy state, there is literally no reason for females to even interact with them in a friendly way, let alone form romantic partnerships with them. There is no more social expectation of monogamy, nor do females greatly need the finances and resources of common males anymore, since females can now work for themselves or receive money from the government. Another crucial ingredient that contributes to the existence of hypergamy is dating apps, which allow women to have constant access to the most attractive males from across the globe, who themselves, due to their biological imperative, are perfectly willing to inordinately copulate with any fertile women, even ones who are the most utterly average in attractiveness. Thusly, the woman does not need to be monogamous with a common male, at least not while she is even remotely young. She is free to copulate as she wishes, and this she does, though only with favored males, because there is no systemic reason for her not to. The typical pattern of her intimacy seems to be that she alternates between periods of having a steady boyfriend and periods of being single while copulating with various favored males whenever she happens to feel like copulating. Some girls, of course, will be more consistent in their behavior, and they will prefer to stay with one boyfriend for a long time and to quickly move to a new boyfriend if the relationship ends. While others, conversely, prefer to not have any boyfriend at all, but to continually copulate casually with a plethora of favored males, with there being little or no commitment involved. Things are certainly not all blissful and idyllic for the females, though. It is a reality that many of them from a relatively young age do indeed face terrible ordeals and undergo severe mental health problems due to an array of factors which mostly stem from the general social chaos that exists within the hypergamy state. They, of course, have to face odious harassment from unwanted and degenerated common males, but in addition to this, many females also endure brutal, perverted, and excessively lustful treatment at the hands of the more barbarous and debauched examples of their favored male partners. Some widely known cases of this are the many occurrences in which popular male sports stars and musicians have been found guilty of murder and other senseless crimes against their female partners. A sexual crime that has become all too common in the West is that of trafficking, in which people who are often old wretches, but also are often vain, egoistic, attractive males and their concubines, lure girls on false pretenses and proceed to use violence and drugging to force their victims into prostitution. The effects of these experiences on the victims are obviously unfathomably traumatic, and any sane person should want such horror to be permanently done away with. In addition to this danger, there prevails in the average Western high school itself a sinister and brutish sexual culture, in which many girls, even those of the younger grades, are brought quickly into the hypergamous social practice, especially so at the hideously vile events known as parties, where favored males who are often out of high school in their 20s and very socially dominant violate countless girls, commonly many young girls, in one single night. These events often blur the line between coercion or trafficking and consensual copulation. And many of the girls that go through this actually enter into it while feeling either ambivalent or outright disapproving of the copulation that they are about to experience. And a great many of them are pressured or forced by their peers into going through with it. In cases where the male perpetrators are prosecuted the courts don't do anything to them, and they are allowed to return to society unhindered, except for nominally being on parole. This hideous, barbarous, and disgusting culture of course negatively impacts the mental health of a great deal of girls who have to live through it. Despite all of the negative things which afflict women in the West, it remains true that they consistently and firmly advocate tooth and nail against any sentiments that overtly go against the total dominance of hypergamy, which is, whether anyone admits it or not, the very mode of intimacy that allows for so much brutality and chaos to exist within the social lives of young people today. It seems that when given the choice, women would far rather endure the present conditions than they would the generally more socially stable, monogamous systems of the past. And the reason for this is that under this present hypergamous system, they are granted free access to intimacy with the most attractive of males, which is something that they unceasingly desire above all else, even if it means that they may face maltreatment from their favored male partners. 41. Heinous abuse of themselves, and sometimes of their children and pets, at the hands of a vile, stupid, barbarous slob, so long as he is tall and good-looking, is something that women would rather endure, so long as they can experience intimacy with their tall slob, than they would a traditional and rural monogamous life with a common male as their permanent partner. Why? Because they greatly and involuntarily wish to follow their biological imperative, which pertains to only mating with the most attractive of males that they can find. Since there is no longer any legalistic constraint which prevents females from doing this, they simply do it, and the common man is sexually left behind. In spite of all the chaos and the rather common viciousness of favored males, it is ultimately true that most females in Western society do not end up traumatized. This may become less true as the West inevitably continues to decline, but at least for the time being, most women are able to remain mentally sound. And it is the case that the life of the Western female generally is a mostly auspicious affair, as even if they for a time end up in a bad relationship with a favored male, they usually, sooner or later, end that relationship and move on to a better one, being able to remain mostly healthy. For women that go through bad experiences or traumas of other kinds, there is a wide-ranging and effective support network available for them, and to a far greater extent than for males. As we know, however, many women, especially the most attractive of them, lead lives in which there are very little problems at all, with those few that do arise being merely fleeting and rather paltry matters. It is true today that the most attractive of Western females essentially no longer have to work demanding jobs, and instead such women simply exist and look the way that they do, and for this they have love, support, opportunity, and wealth thrown incessantly at them. In the present times, it is now the case that practically 100% of attractive girls in Western societies do indeed belong to the bourgeois and middle classes, having been lifted entirely out of the blue-collar sphere. Lots of them simply go through life with the greatest of ease, And since the culture and institutions of the hypergamy state inherently favor them, they easily attain relaxed and lucrative white-collar careers that require very little work. While additionally, a great number of them become models, actresses, and musicians. Some attractive women do not need to engage with any profession at all, as they are able to ascend to high levels of wealth merely by marrying old and gullible rich men. For in doing this, they are able to live in riches incessantly, whether they eventually divorce their so-called husband or not. Of the ones that do stay, they very often fulfill their biological imperative by secretly engaging in infidelity with favored males. If their husband's monetary resources happen to eventually dry up, then like clockwork, the female does not hesitate to immediately jump ship, leaving behind the old man who no longer possesses any wealth that she can swindle. But this practice seems to be becoming somewhat irrelevant, because increasingly such women no longer need to engage in an elaborate swindling process with deluded old men, as almost all attractive females are now able to simply attain thousands of admirers, who are mostly desperate common males, on certain social media platforms. And these hapless and ignorant male vassals are all too happy to throw money at such females, whom they feverishly desire. On some of these platforms, for example OnlyFans, attractive women can and do go so far as to upload videos of their debauched sexual activities with favored males. Footage that intimacy-starved and degenerated common males pay to see, to the profit of both the female video creators and the wealthy bourgeois owners of the online platforms. It is terribly obvious that overall, all of this most certainly benefits the males of the bourgeois and middle classes, who themselves are often of the favored sociobiological class. And let nobody convince you that the more wealthy of these males do not occasionally indulge in the blackest depth of depravity and twisted perversions, together with countless attractive women of differing backgrounds within various orgies and other such hideous events that take place in their skyscrapers, mansions, and at many luxury hotels in major cities. The sights and sounds of these profane, clandestine gatherings would be enough to permanently traumatize any sane young proletarian man of our own and previous generations. And yet, such things to the bourgeois males and their concubines represent the highest of pleasures. For the ceaseless and inordinate abundance in which they live has deformed their minds. Since Western governments are merely puppet entities, whose primary function is to preserve bourgeois dominance, the mindless debaucheries of the bourgeois men and their young concubines usually go completely unchecked, and the perpetrators are not brought to justice, but are allowed to continue in their vile madness. And sometimes the perpetrators themselves are prominent members of the government. Now, regarding specifically the lives of the greater majority of the female population, that is, those many women who are not of precipitously high attractiveness, but who are only of average or less attractiveness, the picture of things in terms of monetary wealth is typically quite different from that of their more attractive counterparts. Make no mistake, they are not cut off from romance and sexuality, and they do indulge in wanton and excessive intimacy with the favored males, of course, as those men are more than willing to copulate with nearly any female whose attention they can acquire, in accordance with their biological imperative. But since the average females usually do not have access to the same continual stream of wealth which the most attractive of the females do, it is a reality that the average females, typically upon graduating from their post-secondary programs, find themselves in need of financial, emotional, and general stability, which they often cannot obtain while being single and rolling about in inordinate hypergamy. Because the cost of living is so absurdly high in Western nations, to the point where at least 2 average incomes are basically a requirement to so much as rent a halfway decent property. Therefore, in order to obtain stability in their lives, many average females are forced by necessity to eventually enter into a so-called monogamous relationship, and with a male that is not of the favored class, since the males that are of the favored class are more scarce, and they also usually do not have any reason at all to enter into a committed, long-term relationship with any average females. The specific age at which average females find themselves settling for a common male varies depending on multiple factors, including the personality of the individual female, her general monetary circumstances, and the degree of severity of the hypergamous culture that exists in her area. As we have seen, the settling usually occurs only after they complete their post-secondary programs, and the majority, or almost the majority, of non-elderly women in Western societies do indeed attend colleges and universities. More precisely, though, it can be said that they mostly end up settling down sometime during the period ranging from when they are in their mid-20s to their early 40s. And as of this writing, the majority of them do settle in this way, though more and more of them are able to now remain single and continue copulating with the favored due to the ever-increasing iniquities of the hypergamy state. As for the monogamous relationships that they enter into with the common males, more will be discussed about this topic shortly. But for now it will suffice to say that most or all of these relationships are of a quality that would be considered as unconscionably low by any sane male of earlier eras in which monogamy was dominant. And additionally, a great deal of them simply end in utter disaster for the male, who ends up going through the terrible consequences of divorce, which are disproportionately and systemically allocated to him within Western societies. After divorcing her helpless partner, for reasons almost always related to simple dissatisfaction over his unattractiveness, the female is often granted most of his finances by the bourgeois courts, and is thereby able to plunge herself into a second helping of hypergamous indulgence, or alternatively, to swiftly locate her next common male victim, 44, and all the while her former partner must struggle to even survive. Examples of these gruesome situations have become innumerable in Western nations, and very many male readers of this text will inevitably be able to attest personally to this based on their own terrible experiences. With that, we at last come to the icy lowermost sphere of the hypergamous inferno, that which holds the least fortunate of the three main sociobiological classes of the hypergamy state, the common males, who we will occasionally refer to simply as the dispossessed. Their lonely realm is one of grueling deprivation and ever-surging woe. It is a simple fact that the common male within Western society today has been utterly dispossessed of any steady access to intimacy, or at least to intimacy of any significant degree of quality. If you are among the dispossessed yourself, and if you are reading this, there is a very good chance that you are, then you must let nobody, including yourself, convince you that this loss is some minor trifle, or that it is anything other than an entirely devastating plague of dread, which wreaks exceedingly terrible damage on the health of the common male population. The mistreatment of common males begins very early on in their lives. And while the conditions of life for common male children in the West vary widely based on a number of factors, it is nonetheless generally true that these children are treated worse by their parents, peers, and teachers than are female children, while additionally handsome males are treated much better than are common males. In the social hierarchy of the typical Western school, this leaves the bulk of the males at or near the bottom, far below the females and the more fortunate of the males. Upon reaching adolescence, and especially in high school, a new array of torments enter the life of the common young man in full severity, as the traumatic and humiliating experiences of social and romantic abandonment begin. Perhaps he maintains a small circle of friends, or he simply has few or no friends at all. But in almost any case, he is not granted any access to a thriving and large community of close and socially active friends. And he is certainly not granted any access to intimacy with any of his female peers. In the exceptionally rare case that he is granted the latter, he is almost always only allowed to enter into fleeting and brief experiences. But those are only the most lucky of the common males, and for the greater part of that class, unending loneliness swiftly sinks its fangs into them, and proceeds to slowly drain out the vital essence from within. During this sadistic deprivation, the dispossessed male is forced to observe as the more attractive and popular of his male peers proceed to feast themselves upon an endless banquet of thriving friendships and vast quantities of warm, pulsating, voluptuous intimacy, which they receive not through any effort on their part, but simply due to their predetermined attractiveness, that is, their height and their face. On the other hand, for the common male, the closest thing to intimacy which he is allowed to undergo is usually the twisted and debasing experience of watching graphic internet pornography through his phone screen in the darkness of his room late at night. Upon being cut off from the very crucial developmental romantic experiences of adolescence, the common male psyche receives terrible and enduring damage. In reaction to the initial trauma of severe romantic starvation that occurs generally in high school or around that time, a variety of responses are given by the countless unwitting members of the dispossessed. Many of them are traumatized and weakened so profoundly that they merely retreat into a life of almost complete solitude, hiding away in their rooms and keeping largely to video games and other forms of escapism in an effort to numb the chronic pain of their ongoing deprivation. The weaker of these types in their isolation often get severely addicted to pornography and develop monstrous perversions, and their situation is really the inverse reflection of that of the worst of the favored males, who develop similar perversions, though out of excess instead of deprivation. Some dispossessed males are afflicted by a certain pathology which is becoming more widespread, specifically within Western nations. Namely, this is the mental illness which is characterized by the delusional belief that one is actually not of the sex which they objectively are. A great number of these cases end in odious self-mutilation and suicide. Many other males, however, being relatively more mentally stable and realizing to at least some degree how dire things really are for them, begin to seek out some way that can possibly lead them to their salvation, which is comprised of the attainment of consistent intimacy of a good quality with a female partner that is genuinely interested in them. To obtain this, the common male seeks to improve himself. The avenues of improvement which these males enter are those which are laid out openly in Western society for any male wishing to socially advance. Namely, things along the lines of becoming wealthier, becoming more cultured, lifting weights, acting more confidently, dressing better, and other similar things which do not alter the core factors that truly decide male attractiveness, which are a tall height, the handsomeness of the face, and race. Or, in other words, things in which fertile females perceive actual genetic quality because they are things which cannot be altered easily in nature, as opposed to the brand of clothing being worn, the level of engagement with the activity of weightlifting, and the amount of money possessed, which are all things that can be altered by most males with relative ease, and thereby do not signal very much, if any, actual genetic quality to females. And so it is that the dispossessed male, despite his genuine and manifold efforts to make himself more attractive, still finds himself continually unable to obtain intimacy, which he instead continually witnesses being given out in streaming abundance to the favored males. When he attempts to find success on dating apps, he doesn't get anywhere. For on such platforms, he is not merely competing against the other males of his neighborhood, but rather he competes in an impossible fight against uncountable legions of favored males from across the earth. Facing the bitterness of failure, he often gives up wasting his time on such apps entirely. Though some unfortunates end up spending huge sums of money on premium services from these apps, which boost the profile visibility of the purchaser. but this is to no avail, as no amount of profile visibility can compensate for a lack of true genetic value in the eyes of females. And in any case, the common male remains dispossessed. Some of these dispossessed end up being romantically abandoned for the rest of their lives. But for many others, as we know, they are not left entirely desolate of intimacy, but rather they find themselves in relationships, which some may consider to be even worse than complete abandonment. These partnerships form typically in the years after the dispossessed male obtains a steady job and moves out of the home of his parents. Around that time, he does manage to find a partner and to obtain intimacy. Despite this, however, he has not obtained his salvation, for the intimacy that he has acquired is of a debased quality, and thereby not the same thing as the more pure intimacy that is received by the favored. But just how can this be? How, after so much effort, is he only given debased intimacy? This is, in truth, due to the common circumstances which have been described earlier in this chapter, which are, to reiterate, those in which the female must face up to the more stark realities of life, and in order to obtain stability, settle down with a common male whom she is not genuinely attracted to. In this way, she leaves the embrace of those many favored males who she actually is attracted to and who she allowed for years on end to lecherously violate every part of her body. The favored males do not mourn her exodus from their lives, though, because they have no reason to wish to settle down with her or to see her as anything other than just one easily replaceable concubine of many. With that, a so-called relationship forms, comprised of our hapless dispossessed male and his bitter, dissatisfied, and jaded female partner. Within such situations, the male is forced involuntarily to accept conditions that sane working males of any previous civilized age would have considered to be entirely unconscionable. By this I mean that he is indeed forced, by his irrepressible biological compulsion, to simply take whatever female partner he can acquire, to enter into a partnership with a female that exhibits one or more disagreeable characteristics that are the direct result of the sociobiological conditions of the hypergamy state, which have allowed her to indulge in inordinate hypergamy. Some of the disagreeable characteristics of the average Western woman in a relationship with a common Western male appear as the following. 1. Frequent and cruel verbal abuse of her partner. 2. The abandonment of any or most efforts at making herself look attractive at all. Efforts which she dutifully maintained previously while she was being hypergamous with the favored. 3. The allowing of herself to become flagrantly corpulent and/or generally unclean. 4. The mutilation and distortion of her body through piercings, excessive tattoos, and so-called cosmetic surgeries. 5. The refusal to give her common male partner any children at all, or alternatively, the begrudging acceptance of her partner's request, which is followed by her open neglect of and contempt for the children which she produced with a common male, who are children which she deems semi-consciously to be genetically inferior to those that she previously has produced or could have produced with any given male of the favored class. 6. The forcing of her partner to raise her already existent children, which are the result of her previous hypergamous copulations with one or more favored males. Such situations have become exponentially more common with the advancement of the hypergamy state and are now basically normal in many areas. 7. The outright refusal of the female to engage in copulation or even in any intimacy at all with her common male partner, which blatantly reveals the male to be a mere financial asset to her. 8. The unapologetic and lustful reminiscing of the female, openly and verbally, to the heartbreak and genuine disturbance of her current common partner about her previous lurid sexual experiences with favored males. The existence of such a hypergamous past for the female is in itself a disagreeable characteristic. 9. The infidelity, open or clandestine, which is engaged in by the female with male members of the favored sociobiological class. 10. Lastly, we have the final, giving up at any faint pretension of a relationship, which occurs when either the male or the female initiates a divorce, which in turn almost always leads to a financial, emotional, familial, and generally severe catastrophe for the male, but not for the female, who usually finds herself with an improved monetary situation, as we have previously revealed. It is indeed a reality that in the West today, for the common male, it is effectively all but impossible to enter into a relationship, if he can even enter into one at all, with a woman who does not exhibit one at the very least, but more likely several, of the disagreeable characteristics that we have just examined. Practically all women now spend the prime of their lives as the lecherous concubines of brutish scum, and we are then expected to marry them and support them financially once they grow too old to continue their depraved hedonism. Such gruesome conditions would not have been remotely tolerated by the working males of classical, feudal, and Renaissance societies. And yet we today, with all of our knowledge and technological advancement, have hitherto found ourselves in a state of nearly total submission to this unconscionable horror. Having no legalistic power himself, the common male, upon being divorced, ultimately finds himself in a situation that is rather alike to the one which his more isolated counterpart has found himself in, which is to say, a realm of endlessly lonely desolation, a place that is freezing cold for lack of any of the warmth that intimacy provides. The male mind reacts to such woeful biological circumstances often by simply seeking an end to the searing pain through the act of suicide. 55 males who do not succumb to this often live out the rest of their broken lives in quiet resignation and unspoken pain, facing alone all of the negative health effects that arise in human beings due to isolation and a lack of intimacy. In the few cases in which such males dare to speak up about the direness of their situations, they are met generally with the most pitiless and haughty of rebukes, from both other males and females. For in the hypergamy state, men are not socially allowed even to voice their sufferings, but are expected to take all of the brutal abuse in the world, and to simply continue devotedly serving in silence the vile system that has mercilessly defiled their very souls. The only places which dispossessed males can retreat to in order to discuss their sufferings are generally online forums. But even here, males who have no violent or illegal intent at all face heavy censorship and ridicule, simply for daring to talk about their problems. Due to the present circumstances, it is the case that an entire library of forsaken texts could be created, its sprawling halls filled with countless shelves that each contain dozens of ponderous volumes within which are written, at varying degrees of brevity, accounts of all of the nearly endless individual cases of unfortunate males whose only crime was being born as a male of average genetic composition within a Western country during recent times, a transgression for which their lives were brutally and insidiously degraded to a horrific degree through the excessive and continual application of a poisonous concoction of involuntary loneliness and systemic degradation. And of course, all of this is to say nothing of the many unfortunates who were not common males, or even human beings, but whose lives were mercilessly and brutally destroyed due to the machinations of the capitalist hypergamy state nonetheless. We have thus far examined the general results of the present hypergamous mode of intimacy, and in doing so, we have achieved a greater degree of understanding as to the true nature of the state of Western society. However, in the study of anything organic, it is a reality that the examination of the exterior body generally is just as important as the examination of its individual cells. And thusly, since the hypergamy state is indeed not a static and immovable entity composed of some imperceptible, immaterial substance, but is in actuality a materially present and organic entity, it will be necessary, in order for us to understand it more completely, to conduct an examination of some specific cases that have arisen from it. Such is what we shall do in the following portion of this chapter. 4.2. Specific results. Here we will begin where we left off in the last section, with the common males, as we look at cases which more clearly reveal the present state of things for that sociobiological class. We will work upwards, and will move to the females and the favored males together after we examine the dispossessed. Regarding the various forum posts that I have included in this section, note that I have left any grammatical inaccuracies of the original writers intact, so as not to alter the tone of the original writings too greatly. All of these posts were posted by their respective writers in the spring of 2025, and they were written by people from across the Western world. Our first subject is an anonymous male who was 33 years old at the time that he made the following post on Reddit. His former female partner was 35. Of his situation he stated, I am leaving my fiancé. We are set to be married in 5 months' time. And I realized this morning that I can't do it. I have a fairly high libido, and hers seems to be average. She seems to get turned on, but she never wants to actually have any sort of intimacy with me. She's told me about her FWBS, friends with benefits, i.e. favored males who she was copulating with previously, before me, and it just doesn't make any sense to me that she would actively seek out sex with other men, and then she gets to me, and it's just like any desire for physical intimacy with another person just died. So she just masturbates. I was sitting at the gym this morning, and it hit me that she has made my life so much harder than it needs to be. I do all of the cooking and the cleaning. I make sure she is well taken care of and that she doesn't really have to endure much hardship other than her WFH, work from home, job, which she mostly plays video games or watches TV during. Cooking and cleaning is a regular thing. I'm not opposed to that, but I realized this morning that I am miserable. I'm constantly depressed, wondering what's wrong with me compared to these other men she actively sought sex with. What I'm doing wrong when I do everything in my power to make her happy. My mental health and self-esteem is in the dumps. And I'm just tired of the constant promises that it'll get better or she'll work on it and nothing happens. It's making my life harder, making my life darker. And your partner shouldn't do that to you. If someone loves you, they will fight tooth and nail to make sure you're happy and fulfilled. And she just isn't willing to do that with me. I give maximum effort for her and get the bare minimum back. And I can't go on being depressed because my partner doesn't want to touch me or make me feel desired. So I'm leaving. I told her before I left for work this morning that the wedding is off and that she needs to start looking for other living arrangements. There was screaming and crying, but I just didn't have it in me to care anymore. I told her she can go and stay with her mom, and we'll work on getting her stuff out by the end of the week. But that she needs to be gone by the time I get home. We see that this male has fallen into a relationship in which he is being both exploited for his resources and completely starved of intimacy by his female partner, who herself only settled for him after her previous lifestyle of hypergamy became unsustainable. The male finds her unreceptiveness to be confusing, since he has not been taught by the present educational institutions the truth about the realities of biology, such as the existence of the contradiction of the imperatives. He wonders why it is that her desire for physical intimacy seemingly died once she became his partner, but he does not realize that her desire for intimacy did not die, but rather she simply did not desire to be intimate with him specifically, since to her he was nothing more than a mere servant, who existed in her life solely to provide mundane resources and stability and not intimacy. In response to this mail, a vast number of common males who had been in similar situations but had made the mistake of marrying their female partners, despite all of the problems, responded to him by condoning his decision to end the relationship and warning him not to ever try to take her back, and to remain firm in his decision to break up with her. The woeful words take on a very ominous tone, as though they could come from remorseful spirits emerging from a gloomy nether realm to give their warnings. 4 of them are the following. Please run. Do it for all of us that we didn't and then got trapped. It's not going to get better. It will get worse. Please run. Your brain will try to trick you. It'll make you fantasize about potential or the past. Maybe it's just our reptile brain trying to stick around to reproduce. I don't know. But I will tell you this. Like everyone here says, it will not get better. It will only be worse, and you will only be even more miserable and lifeless. I wish I'd had the courage to do the same back in the day. Keep drilling down on the why it went that way, so you don't make the same mistakes. I lived your existence, and I thought I'd give you a glimpse into what could have been your future. When I met my wife, we had sex on the first night. She had sex with someone else the night after. She previously had sex with quite a few people: men, women, threesomes, groups, public exhibitionism, you name it. Her sex life was wild, varied, and frequent. He goes on to say that she was sexually receptive of him during the early months of their relationship. Females sometimes will copulate with a common male so that they can lure him into a relationship in which he can be exploited for his resources and stability. After commitment is firmly secured, the female cuts off intimacy. Fast forward 8 months. At age 21, she lost her sex drive completely. There were lots of arguments. She promised it would get better, but she never told me anything about what caused it. We also got married 2 years later, under the imposition that she was working on her issues. We didn't have sex or even any kind of intimacy on our wedding night. In the course of the next few years, it just got worse and worse. I also took on more responsibilities until she had literally nothing left. She did nothing. She would get out of bed only to lay on the couch. She didn't cook, didn't clean, didn't do dishes, didn't take out the trash, didn't go to the store. I did all of it. She was so lazy that if the recycling bin got backed up, she would just pile stuff on top of it. Literally, all that was needed was to push stuff into the opening to clear it out, but that was too much for her. I'd come home at 4 a.m. after a 14-hour workday and have to shuffle cars around to get the trash cans out and take all the trash out because she wouldn't do it. There was always another excuse. Too tired, stomach hurts, knees hurt, headache, stressed, anything and everything. This went on for 17 years. You made the right decision. You might have had to live this life, and it was miserable. Congrats for getting out. The ill-fated writer of the letter warning was under a similar confusion that the other male was. Namely, he thought that the sex drive of his partner had completely vanished, when in reality she merely was not sexually attracted to him in particular, and consequentially was not copulating with him. Just like in the first post, the female was only cohabitating with the male in order to obtain mundane resources and stability, after her previous lifestyle of lecherous hypergamy became unsustainable. Soon enough, the male of the first post gave some updates, revealing that he faced the bitterest of chastisement from those around him, because he dared to end an utterly unconscionable relationship at the expense of his female partner. I've been hounded by her parents, my parents, and all of our mutual friends. I have actually been called selfish by people I thought were my friends. But at the end of the day, like many of you have stated, this is for the best. Our DB, dead bedroom, i.e. a relationship without intimacy, predates the proposal by about 2 years, and she actually told me us being engaged would increase the frequency of intimacy. It didn't, nor did me getting in shape or picking up all of the chores and such. There was always an excuse. The goalpost was constantly moved, and I fell deeper into self-loathing and depression. I have no doubt in my mind this was the right move for me. I don't know if I'll find someone else, but I'd rather be single than be stuck in a partnership with no intimacy that is completely one-sided. I came home yesterday afternoon and she hadn't left. We talked, and I explained my side. She said hers. But this has been an issue for years, and after many talks and couples counseling we briefly attended, nothing has changed, and I've reached the end of my rope. I've been painted as to many of our mutual friends. Her parents see me as the worst kind of man at this point. I stayed at a hotel last night, and if she isn't gone by the time I get home this morning, the police will be called to escort her off the property. I may have to fight a legal battle, as she's claimed she's a tenant, even though she's never paid a dime in rent or towards any of the bills. But she has damaged several things in my home: my PS5, my piano, and the glass top of my stove has been cracked. I will have to replace a window, and a section of the screen in the sunroom was damaged. So I'm hoping it doesn't come to police, but if it does, that they will assist me in getting her out of my home. I just want to be able to go home without dealing with her at this point. This mail went on to post a final update, in which he stated that the woman did eventually leave and that he decided not to press charges against her for the extensive damage that she caused to his possessions in her outrage over the fact that her arrangement of merciless exploitation of him had suddenly ended. After the last update was posted, the liberal moderators of the forum, in seeing that support for this male was surging greatly and that hundreds upon hundreds of other males were commiserating with him and offering him their support, then proceeded to have the male's account deleted, before scrubbing all of his posts from the forum itself. And I was only able to include the excerpts and replies here because I saw them before their deletion. Such censorship though very common, is increasingly failing to hide the truth, which is that bitterly unfair relationships that excessively favor the female are now utterly widespread within any nation in which hypergamy has become the dominant mode of intimacy. I could in truth fill hundreds of pages here with other recent and genuine accounts that are very similar or even worse in their magnitude of severity. That is how common these relationships have become. Now we will examine some posts from dispossessed males who were never even selected by females for the purpose of partnership in an arrangement of exploitation and debased, if any, intimacy. We will hear what those males who have been completely romantically abandoned have to say. The following posts are from an ever-growing forum which now has nearly 200,000 members, most of them males, at the time of this writing. I've always been relentlessly bullied, especially in high school. Whenever I expressed this issue to my teachers, all they ever told me was to be patient and that my bullies would suffer in life, and I would be destined for a stable job and life. Now I've been working for 4 years and no sign of any relationship. Nowadays, a job is the lowest requirement for getting a girlfriend. You need a good car, looks, and other stuff for someone to even bother looking in your direction. And my bullies are living their lives much better than I am. One of them is living in Germany, having the time of his life. Others are working in their father's businesses. They had it all set from the start, so school was basically a holiday for them. They're driving cars I will never have, while I still don't have my license. They are essentially homeowners or will inherit amazing stuff, while my parents just sold everything because of their debts and to eat up whatever there was. I'm left with nothing, and because of the economy, I'll never get to own anything ever. I lived my life empty, without trying anything, because everyone convinced me to remain stagnant. I'm sure I had chances. I know that it's all gone now. I'm nothing but an inexperienced and blank husk that no one wants. From the start of his life, he was brutally mistreated by favored males, who were never reprimanded in any way for their actions, but were defended by the teachers who the helpless boy attempted to reach out to. Those so-called teachers merely spewed false platitudes, which were proven to be wrong when the favored males grew up, and continued to roll about in intimacy while having opportunity and success thrown at them solely due to their attractiveness. Of course, many will say, he should have just improved himself and he would have found success. He indeed could have improved himself, but this almost certainly would not have resulted in him obtaining any intimacy, or at least not any intimacy of a remotely good quality. Countless men out there today, seeking to obtain intimacy, are doing absolutely everything that they can towards their own improvement, and following every piece of conventional advice that is given. But their efforts are practically always in vain. And one such example of this all too common scenario is observable in the following post. I've wanted to be in a relationship since I was a kid, even before middle school. Around 14 years of age, I thought I figured it out. Of course nobody wants to be with me. I just play video games all day. I'm a nobody, and I got nothing to offer. But I'm young, and I have potential. All I have to do is focus on myself, change what I can. Surely eventually someone will appreciate what I am. I started working out, reading self-help and finance books, focusing on my studies, practicing my game, experimenting with clothing and haircuts, etc. 11 years later, I have personal training certification and I'm quite built. I'm in university and going to become an MD in a couple of years. I like to think I'm well-read and knowledgeable. I have a business that's going great, and I bought a house all by myself before I'm 25. I've read countless books, self-help, philosophy, fiction, you name it. I speak 7 languages and have lived in 3 countries. I have plenty of friends and a decent social circle. A lot of them are women. I even went to therapy and was open with my therapist about my struggles and was hoping he will help me identify any personality traits that could be causing me problems. A few years ago, I did a challenge where I cold approached 100 women I found attractive in a week. Guess what? None of them gave me the light of day. The best I got was a fake number and a few "sorry, I have a boyfriend" sentences thrown in my face. In fact, in 11 years, no woman I was interested in reciprocated my interest. No success on dating apps either. I don't even know what to work on anymore. I don't think I'm exceptionally ugly. I'm of above average height, and aside from a few minor flaws, I don't think I have anything that screams, "these genes can't be allowed to be transmitted to the next generation." In the rest of this post, we see that this male is beginning to catch on to the reality of things and is at least somewhat close to gaining consciousness of the existence of the hypergamy state. I do not blame women for this. The world itself is becoming problematic. Nowadays, social media has made expectations extremely high. Being average-looking and of average height just doesn't cut it. Being well off financially isn't enough. Having a university degree doesn't matter. Having a good physique also doesn't. Only best of the best get a chance. Guys like me, I'm lucky if I meet a girl looking for stability at 40, and she'll feel like she's settling. He is able to perceive that it is entirely factors beyond his control which are preventing him from being selected for intimacy by females. Many other dispossessed males, however, usually due to the simple lack of any and all societal education on this topic, are unable to gain any significant degree of consciousness about the nature of their situations. And sometimes they even blame themselves and thereby live in state of dreary astonishment, accompanied by the searing and corrosive mental pain that inevitably arises due to the cruel starvation of all intimacy. What follows are several posts from males who are unfortunate enough to belong to this category. I can't help but think I'm being punished. Life is a struggle, and the loneliness feels like it's drowning me. I don't think I'm a bad person. I don't know why my life is like this. I'm 29, male. I've never been touched in any intimate way. No hugs, no kisses, no sex. Nothing. I don't think people get how bad that feels. It's not just loneliness. It's like I'm not even real. Like I was never meant to be part of the human experience. I want it. I feel so ashamed even saying it, but it's the truth. I just want to feel like I'm not disgusting. The fact that no one will ever truly want me is tearing me apart. And even if there was a woman who would want me, I would probably faint or run away crying because I couldn't handle that feeling. I hate my life. It makes me feel broken, emotionally stunted, and lonely. I also feel a pretty unhealthy amount of envy and bitterness, which I shouldn't, considering my sexlessness is mostly self-imposed without me realizing. It makes you hollow and empty. I don't talk about it at all, but yeah, it's made me into a much worse, more boring, generally unhappy, and closed-off version of myself. It makes me feel unwanted and worthless. I must be less of a human than anybody else. I'm not worth to be intimate with. I'm not desirable by anyone. So it's not just the act, but the implication of it, to be desirable and wanted by someone. Not so much lack of sex, as it is lack of love and affection of any kind. I've used escorts, and at best I felt nothing. At worst, I felt even worse than normal after. It's a lonely life, but all failed dates and ghostings over the years has caused the light to leave my eyes and the hope to leave my heart. No intimacy whatsoever. The effect it has on me is that I can't help but complain about how painful my life is to the people who work for the company who maintain the building I live in, because they come to check on me once or twice a week, and I literally just tell them, I'm just waiting to die at this point. The curiosity of how it feels like burn my soul. I also react like an animal that you pet when they're distracted, when I make physical contact by accident with someone. Because my body is not used to human touch, so it doesn't know how to react. I hope it's not a temporal thing, otherwise I won't know what more to do. Today, when I was sat in the pub, I could see a couple snogging at another table. Knowing I will never be loved and seeing them too smitten and romantic really hurts. It's like the universe wants to torture me, so I leave this existence. I can only fantasize or dream about being with someone, either sexually or romantically. I know it's nobody's fault except my own. Everything feels deflated. I'm 24 and have never been in a relationship. And every year feels like it's consuming me more and more, and I don't know what to do about it. Whenever I see women/couples in real life or on social media, the only thing I feel is the need to kill myself. I always get reminded of the love that I will never get. I've never been given a chance at real love, and I'll never get it. I hope I'll never kill myself, but these days it's just hard. It feels weird and awful whenever I meet a woman that's around my age. I feel so judged by them and disgusted by myself that I can't help but act differently. That being said, it's still crushing to see others be happy together and getting reminded that this is the world that others live in and I can't reach. I might as well not exist. Nobody acknowledges me. Nobody likes or responds to my pictures on Instagram. Even close friends whose pictures I like, nobody responds to me on dating apps. I even get ignored most of the times at work, and nobody talks to me. Nobody asks if I'm okay or compliments me. Nobody speaks to me to make a new friend or conversation. Online, I am ignored in chat rooms and stuff. I had a bad day at work last year on my previous job, and I was sitting on a bench weeping with my head in my hands on a Saturday night. And the people that passed ignored me, didn't care or notice me. I have been improving myself by working out and trying to get out more, but nobody cares. The truth is, there is no place for me. It's too late. I'm 23 years old. If my mom dies, I probably kill myself. I don't see a reason for living. I'm trying so hard, but nobody wants to know me. I've so much I want to give others. If it's love, compassion, or just friendly, funny chat, and it falls on deaf ears. Regarding the young man of the final post, it should be said that had he been born and raised just a century ago, his natural desire to engage in a friendly manner with his community would have been reciprocated, and his natural desire to fall mutually in love with a young woman of his age would also have been reciprocated. Because the truth is that there is nothing objectively wrong with him, and he does not deserve to be brutally starved, as though he is some kind of inferior and unworthy afterthought. Ignorant people tend to always characterize lonely young men as vicious monsters, but the reality is quite the opposite. Most lonely young men are helpless and have very normal and innocuous interests. Things like video games, sports, film, collectibles like Pokemon, and whatnot. My point is that these men are not monsters, but are normal human beings with their own bodies, voices, and feelings. And yet, in disturbingly massive numbers, they have been psychologically brutalized and scorned in the most hateful, malicious, and dishonest manner. This young man, along with uncountable others in Western societies, are undergoing needless and involuntary agony due to starvation not only of intimacy, but of basic human connection. In the West, they are essentially nothing other than mere slaves, whose only purpose is to toil away endlessly so that women and favored males can indulge themselves as they please in a surging orgy of inordinate sexuality and other sensory pleasures, while either not working at all or not working as hard as the dispossessed males, who overwhelmingly are the ones being overworked in warehouses, construction sites, factories, and other such proletarian workplaces. They are objectively the ones who hold up all of society. The dispossessed male of today is really not so different than his equally celibate male counterparts of primitive times, in that he slaves away for a brutal and unjust system which is of no benefit to him. In those prehistoric societies, however, common men were simply forced with direct violence to slave away, whereas now the coercion is much more subtle, and every facet of Western society functions inconspicuously towards the purpose of ensuring that the dispossessed males cannot reach consciousness, and that if they do, they will not be able to spread their consciousness to others, but will be forced to continue onwards in their societal role of slaving away and contributing to a corrupt structure which is objectively harmful to them and countless more people. Heretofore, it seems that the deceptive efforts of the ruling classes have been quite successful, as the truth has indeed remained rather hidden, though it is becoming increasingly harder to hide, and the dispossessed generally do not understand just why it is that they are suffering so intensely. And since they do not yet understand what the origin of the problem is, they also have been unable to gain an idea about what the solution may be. Such is the dreadful state that the dispossessed have found themselves in, under the dominion of the hypergamy state. At this point in our investigation, we will move to the other side of things and have a look at how women and the men that they favor are doing under the present societal conditions. The following posts originate from a mostly female forum with approximately 150,000 members, and they offer us a glimpse into the ever-churning, luridly colored vortex of seething carnal pleasure in which the Western female and her favored male partners live. My boyfriend has been away. I've been missing him. What are some random things you adore about your partner that can make you smile? He likes to kiss my butt. Yes, literally. He lets me stretch out and play with his... followed by after sex. No matter where he comes, he slaps it a little on my tummy. He loves giving me long, wonderful, full-body erotic massages that finish with oral and massages and give me about 1 zillion orgasms. He has a pet name for my... and occasionally conducts long, intimate, hilarious conversations with her about what they are going to do to each other and what effect they think it will have on me. He'll come up behind me in the kitchen or out in the garden, lift my hair, kiss the nape of my neck, and then nibble my earlobes and kiss all the way down the sides of my neck, and then just wander away while I melt into a puddle. We can only see each other on weekends, and I miss him terribly during the week. I go through withdrawal from not being able to touch his skin. I love the feel of his skin, my body rubbing against his body, my hands all over his back and chest, and shit. Especially after I rub him down head to toe with some yummy body oils. I randomly fantasize about his lips. He's an amazing kisser with large, full, strong lips that I love to lick and kiss and bite. Some of my favorites. The way he softly tickles my back after sex, just barely skimming his fingertips up and down my back and body. so gentle and tender. Especially after kinky or wild sex, this is the absolute best. The way he tucks my hair, especially when we are out with a family or something and it's a reminder of what I'm going to get later. When he comes while holding eye contact with me. When he demands I look at him while I come. The way he notices when my mood shifts and is so in tune with my needs, in and out of bed. Every single time he hugs me and holds me, I feel my entire nervous system slow down and come to rest. It's like being wrapped up in the most peaceful, cozy, fluffy duvet on a winter morning with a fresh snowfall and a power outage, and everything is perfectly silent. Nothing else exists in that moment. My anxiety comes down, my stress melts away, my heart rate slows down, my brain calms. I feel like I can take on anything. He's my person. We can be driving somewhere and he will put his hand in my hair, clench his fist and give a little tug. He knows I like it. Or this thread is an absolute delight to read through. Thanks, OP. I hope the wait for your boyfriend can feel as short as possible. Such is the luxurious, pulsating realm of indulgence that women inhabit at the moment, which they share with their selection of mates, while the dispossessed are cast out entirely, condemned to starve in agony and languish in the blackest abyss of involuntary loneliness. Perhaps for women who have never in their lives had to worry about being deprived of intimacy, those forum posts are an absolute delight to read through. But for a male who has been romantically abandoned, reading such things is a vile and humiliating experience. It is skin-crawlingly disgusting and painful to read about what unfathomable heights of surging, inordinate pleasure are reached by the favored males, many of whom are boorish and insatiable slobs, along with the countless girls that adore them, and seemingly cannot live without them. Women and favored males really do have absolutely no understanding of what we go through, and it is something that they will never be able to understand. They can never know how it really feels to be barred from actualizing your potential, and to experience the sickening realization that you are nothing more than a stunted, broken, unwanted husk of a human male. It is a feeling of dread that is impossibly unknowable to those who have not felt it. Now we have seen very clearly how women are feeling about their own lives. But in recent times, as the loneliness of the common male has increased so much, it inevitably has occurred that many young women now are aware of the loneliness that we have to endure, and how we are starting to express discontent about it. Among women who have heard about this, the general consensus regarding it is, as far as I can tell, something ranging from absolute apathy to merciless and cruel contempt. Let us hear what just one young woman has to say about us. Men aren't dying young at high enough rates. Not all men get laid. Historically, traditionally, anything. Genetics show bottlenecks in male reproduction because men basically had harems, and litter men were always pawns and cannon fodder. They didn't get a chance to fester in their bitterness. They died. There were places for them, like religious positions, and that's gone too. The natural balance is off. Too many low-quality men are enabled to live, produce nothing, and blame everyone else for their inferiority. For anyone wondering, no, the girl that made the post herself isn't attractive, but is a typical bland-looking whore, who is able to obtain endless copulation with the favored only because liberal society allows this, and because the favored male is obnoxiously greedy and willing to sodomize any vaguely female-looking clump of humanoid biomass that comes his way. Additionally, the girl isn't even correct about most of what she is saying. While hypergamy was indeed common in the distant past, the bottlenecks that she mentions were not as frequent as she seems to believe that they were. And she doesn't seem to realize that it was always the little men, those who she hates so feverishly to the point that she wishes them all to die as soon as possible, who were the ones upholding civilization. If people like her had taken control of the civilized world, we would have long since descended back into primitive and barbarous chaos, which is what is indeed now happening in the West, now that hypergamy has become dominant. Keep in mind, most or all of the common males never did anything to her. They didn't cause her any pain, and many of them are people who lived long ago and built everything that she now relies on. And yet she hates them virulently, wishing for them to be nothing more than expendable slaves that will work and die as quickly as possible. Why does she hate them so much? Simply because they are not 6'3" or as handsome as she would like them to be? No moral reason, no political or philosophical reason, nothing. Just her blind, dumb, worthless, artificially inflated, precipitously high, and laughably stupid sexual standards. That is the only reason why she wants them all to die brutally without having ever experienced love, and plenty of women openly agree with her. Perhaps the most striking aspect of her ignorance is when she says that we common males of today produce nothing, when it is simply an objective fact that we overwhelmingly are the ones doing all the hard work of society. On the construction site, in the factory, the warehouse, etc. Thankfully, as we will eventually see here, the days of her kind are coming to an end. And I think that her and others who think like her are starting to realize this. Hence why we are seeing them lash out at us more. After the publication of this manifesto, I think it is very possible that some girls like her may read this. All I have to say to such people directly is, the fact that you are free is not your achievement, but rather a failure on our side. And the same goes for the favored males that lecherous women so greatly and devotedly prefer, by the way. Regarding that, I reiterate that one should not make the mistake of believing that these favored males are strongly faithful to their girlfriends who love them so much, or that such males are not disproportionately and regularly committing infidelity with countless other girls. Remember, the only reason that they are able to engage in quality intimacy at all is because they are biologically attractive to women due to their appearance. Therefore, they are not attractive only to their girlfriends, but to most or all other healthy and fertile girls as well. These girls, if they can, do not hesitate to indulge in the same level of intimacy that the primary girlfriends of the favored do, often without knowing that the favored male that they are copulating with is actually in a relationship already. As a result of this, there exists today many apps and online groups which have been created by women for the specific purpose of finding out if their boyfriend is also the boyfriend or casual sexual partner of one or more other girls, and such discoveries are unsurprisingly made quite often. Even without the aid of these things, it is still very common for girls to discover that their beloved favored male boyfriend is regularly copulating with other girls. There are innumerable forum posts I could display here of girls bemoaning the discovery of their boyfriend's infidelity and of favored males bragging about their experiences of cheating, which they have hidden from their girlfriends. Such foul odiousness is now practically an everyday thing in Western society, even if it is not very publicized. But the haughty brutality of the favored male seems to be increasingly going far beyond infidelity, as is evidenced by the disturbingly numerous recent cases that exist of attractive males brutally murdering their female partners and sometimes their own children as well. In especially sickening cases, it has occurred that favored males have assisted their female partner in murdering her own children, whom she bore from a previous mate. The cruel murders being carried out all because the female simply no longer wanted to raise her child, but wanted instead to return to a life of filthy sexual indulgence with no restraints at all. A very common delusion that exists among Westerners is the erroneous notion that it is only deprived or traumatized people who commit heinous crimes. In this writing, I seek to do away with this deceptive illusion and to reveal the truth, which is that the greatest of evils in this reality do not stem from deprivation, but from excess. As it is excess which engenders in the human mind the egoistic and depraved attitude that combines insatiable pleasure-seeking with the worship of wealth. And it is this attitude which generates the most unimaginably horrific depravities and the most hideous of all injustices. The following testimony is from an anonymous male who was or is an employee of an undisclosed luxury hotel. He describes in an interview with Vice the behavior that he has witnessed over the years for many obscenely wealthy guests. Keep in mind that favored males are vastly more likely to be wealthy than are dispossessed males. One weekend, a large group of people, they wanted to purchase out the entire hotel so they could just turn it into a giant orgy. The cost of the property was upwards of $250,000 for 2 nights at a time. That says you've got money to spend. They left a nightmare room. He lists a hideous collection of various bodily substances that were found strewn in large quantities about the room after the orgy had ended. One of my bellboys came up and was like, "I've got a black light, I'm curious." He turned it on, and I remember we looked down and saw all the stains. We looked to the side and saw them on the wall. At one point in the bathroom, we looked up and saw them all on the ceiling. And we were just like, how do you do this? This is not human. Were you on the ceiling? They would buy out this entire property. They were spending as much as a luxury wedding, and it was basically a giant swingers orgy. We'd have people having sex in the pool, people laying on our wine bars naked, a couple having sex on a balcony in plain view, so you're looking up at it. And every single room would have a different theme. The one that stands out to me was there was a mermaid-themed room. It was actually kind of impressive, the details they went for. There was a Wild West room. There was a straight-up room. One couple we had to talk to while they were naked. They would purposely wait to start having sex until housekeeping wanted to clean the room. They wanted somebody to watch. I found myself on more than one occasion getting stuck in awkward situations between husbands, their lovers, and then the actual wife. The problem with working with the fabulously wealthy is that they often assume that the staff is there at their beck and call, regardless of what the request is. It was really common for the high rollers to approach attractive staff members and essentially just ask them, "Hey, if I pay you X amount of dollars, will you meet me in my room later tonight and..." That's a quote from someone, sadly. We had a very gorgeous front desk woman at one hotel, and someone came down and offered her quite a bit of money in front of management. And at the moment, she naturally declined. I had security cameras in all the halls, and seeing that person sneak out around 2 a.m. was definitely a little suspicious. Of course, overwhelmingly abundant evidence in addition to this has in recent times revealed the full extent of the depravities of the ruling class, and that both liberal and conservative figureheads are the participants in these acts. Let us not think that such abominations of sexual perversion and greed are limited only to the bourgeois sphere, however. In the hypergamy state, the ancient idea of as above, so below holds largely true, as evidenced by the fact that while there exists a realm of depraved horror amongst the ultra-wealthy, their conversals also exists amongst the underclasses a sinister realm of filth and degeneracy, composed of various lumpen 62 elements. In many areas, this is even more prevalent than the sphere of the wealthy, while sometimes it even overlaps with that very sphere. It grows increasingly widespread and increasingly hideous as hypergamous capitalism continuously drags its own decaying corpse ever onwards into chaotic bedlam. The vile lumpensphere, which itself is the inverse reflection of the bourgeois sphere, has over the years, though most especially in more recent years, produced an uncountable number of the most indescribably horrific cases of depravity that can be imagined. These disgusting cases comprise things such as trafficking, pedophilia, and the abduction, rape, torture, and murder of countless harmless animals and human beings, with the acts being filmed and sold to depraved wretches on the deep web. Any close examination of these hideous cases would be too traumatic and disturbing to include here. It should be said that the perpetrators of such crimes are often also involved in an array of other illicit activities, especially the sale of drugs. And it is not terribly uncommon for them to collaborate with bourgeois elements in some or all of their criminal acts. Make no mistake, the present authorities have the means and the power to eradicate this horror. They could do it if that is what the ruling classes desired. But since the ruling classes do not wish to improve society, but instead to make money and experience meaningless sensory pleasures, they do not initiate fully effective combative operations against the vile abominations that terrorize the helpless. People in the West seem intuitively to believe that it is males of the forsaken and lonely variety who are usually or always the people that are committing the worst crimes. But this is simply not so. Regarding the most hideous and sinister cases of the lumpen sphere, the perpetrators of those abominations are indeed disproportionately likely to be tall, strong, or relatively strong, extroverted, confident, handsome, popular, and sexually active males. Their debauched madness is, as we have seen, the direct result of the social dynamics of the hypergamy state, which inevitably inculcate an attitude of haughty egoism amongst many favored males, who are spoiled for their entire lives to an obscene degree. They never have to face any real hardships at all. They have never been told no by anyone. They simply go about their lives with inordinate amounts of sensory pleasure being thrown at them at every moment. How can they be expected to show any trace of humility when everyone has worshipped them for their entire lives? Why should they see romantic love as a precious thing while being endlessly bathed in the fleshly indulgence of their countless concubines? The perpetual carnal excess in which they live causes them to degenerate, as they develop monstrously deformed and hideous perversions, which they stop at nothing to gratify, even if it means indulging in the most sinister depths of utter depravity. It must be understood that the vile bourgeois mentality of worshipping money and carnal indulgence, even unto absolute degeneration, is just as vile when it is exhibited by obnoxious lumpen elements, and that this group is especially susceptible to it. Attempts at rehabilitation that are initiated by the authorities are mostly useless, and upon release, these offenders tend to re-offend. The reason why they are increasingly released so easily in our nations is related to bourgeois profit. The worst criminal cases do not only occur in urban areas of the United States and similar nations, but rather they now happen basically anywhere that Western society is present, and they are becoming more common. By their existence we can see painfully and clearly the atrocious consequences of the hypergamy state and its depraved cultural values. This is what happens when physical intimacy, which is the most joyous and meaningful experience known to humans, is systemically allocated exclusively to a small clique of males, while the rest of the males are left either to wither away in crippling sexual starvation or to settle for a one-sided partnership in which they receive only debased intimacy, if any at all. In a word, this is what happens when you have a culture that worships capital and bourgeois notions of freedom. With that, we have at last come to a clear picture, seeing the true face of contemporary Western society. Such are the social conditions that prevail presently, to the burning agony and woeful horror of innumerable hapless victims. Daily, human beings in general, but especially the dispossessed across the globe, are coming more and more to realize the gruesome truth of things. as conditions continue to worsen for the dispossessed with the advancement of the hypergamy state, it is simply inevitable that their biological consciousness will begin to rise, as the intolerability of their circumstances becomes increasingly impossible to ignore. In recent times, we have seen the beginnings of a larger awakening, as more and more of the dispossessed than ever before are now voicing their discontent with things and their desire for change. In response to this inevitable groundswell, two broad opposition groups have sprung to action in the West, both of them serving the functions of either nullifying or outright erasing the biological consciousness of the dispossessed. And they accomplish such in a variety of ways and for a variety of reasons. To go through all of their variations would be beyond the scope of this work, but we will have a general look at who they are and what their methods consist of. The opposition groups are designated here as two basic categories, namely Naysayers and Swindlers. Naysayers diminish biological consciousness by argumentation or convincing, which is sometimes mixed with ridicule. Their styles of argument range from haughty and hatefully mocking to empathetic but misguided by false reasoning. In sociobiological origin, they are by no means limited to one class. They can be favored males, dispossessed males, and females. Swindlers diminish biological consciousness in a much more deceptive way, namely by eroding it through the presentation of specious and diluted forms of consciousness that admit to some truths but are polluted by an overwhelming content of falsehood. Their ranks include the typical masculinity and alpha male hucksters, as well as politicians and religious deceivers from a variety of spiritual persuasions. They are much more likely to be males than females, though they varyingly are dispossessed males or favored males, largely in accordance with which kind of swindling operation they are undertaking. In the following chapter, we will briefly examine both of these coups, and, in order to combat the false consciousness that they spread, we will refute the objections of the naysayers and expose the opportunism of the swindlers. 5. Rebuttal of naysayers and exposition of swindlers. 5. 1. Naysayers. There are three primary categories of naysayer. These are 1. Those who deny with ignorance and dismissal. 2. Those who deny with sympathy and compassion. 3. Those who deny with scorn and cruelty. There are many different objections that these people raise in their denial of the truth, and they will come up with any excuse under the sun to try and convince you that you do not deserve to be loved. We will look at all of their most common objections, but before we do this, it is important to realize that most of these objections essentially revolve around the primary intention of making the dispossessed male think that his misfortune is self-caused, rather than the result of broader societal problems. This relates to one of the foundational assumptions of liberal or capitalist philosophy, namely the objectively false idea that all humans are rational-minded and fully autonomous. This assumption is utilized as a mental weapon by the ruling classes, who wield it to enforce both the economic state of things and the biological or sexual state of things. As we have seen, the bourgeois class needs the proletariat to think that their own economic misery is their own fault, so that they direct all of their energies inwards, against themselves, instead of directing their strength outwards, against the dominance of the bourgeois class. Likewise, the favored male loves to tell the dispossessed male that all of his loneliness is his own fault. For the result of this is that the favored male takes pridefully conceited pleasure in believing that he has caused his own sexual success, while, on the other hand, the dispossessed male, if he believes the lie of the favored, will direct all of his own energy against himself, and not against the hypergamous societal order in which the favored male receives all of the quality intimacy. This result is beneficial to the favored male, whether he realizes it or not. We will see that time and time again, while the favored and their allies base their objections in outright lies and solipsistic idealism, the dispossessed base their correct responses in the demonstrable truth and a sound understanding of the material and corresponding social conditions of society. Now, we will begin to properly look at and address specific objections in a dialectical format. Each objection will be followed by its respective response, and we will begin by looking at objections of the first category, naysayers of which are by far the most common, and some of their objections are so often repeated that they have now lost nearly all meaning for a great portion of the dispossessed, who have heard them all too many times, and who know that they are baseless. Category 1. Those who deny with ignorance and dismissal. 1. Just be confident. Girls like confidence, and romantically successful boys are always confident. 1. You have merely confused the cause with the effect. Romantically successful boys in reality are not romantically successful because of their confidence, but rather they are confident because of the vast amount of romantic and general social success in their lives. When a common male acts in the same confident manner that favored males do, just as you advise him to, it is merely perceived as embarrassing uncouthness or outright arrogance by people. 2. Then you should work on your style and get a haircut. Girls like guys who take care of themselves. 2. Girls like guys who are physically attractive, and such guys look good regardless of what clothing style or haircut they have adopted, so long as the clothing style or haircut is not utterly absurd, that is. The common male, on the other hand, cannot make up for a lack of height or a lack of handsomeness by merely changing up his clothing style or hairstyle. At the most, he can mildly improve his appearance, and perhaps he will be treated somewhat better by people for this. But such superficial changes ultimately cannot place him on equal socio-biological footing with the favored male. 03. Then you must do what you can to more directly improve your physical body, through weightlifting and consuming the right diet. This will make you taller and more handsome. R3. Such activities, in the majority of cases, are only marginally more beneficial than alterations to clothing choice and hairstyle. Weightlifting and dieting can be helpful for some men who are handsome and tall, but are either too corpulent or too thin to attract girls without improving their physique. But other than those specific instances, which I might add are exceptionally rare, since favored males are usually naturally well built and neither thin nor corpulent, it is the case that weightlifting and dieting cannot improve the socio-biological status of a common male to any significant degree. 04. Okay, if that's true, then you have to go even further to improve your body with cosmetic surgeries or a leg lengthening operation. R4. Why should we have to pay thousands of dollars to have our bodies mutilated just so that we can be seen as human beings? Such surgeries are highly dangerous in many ways. Not everyone has unlimited money to pay for them, and for many men there is no amount of procedures that will ever bring them what the favored male receives simply due to his genetics. And besides, getting surgery does not solve the core of our societal problem at all. If every guy in the West simply starts getting surgeries, women's standards will only rise accordingly. 05. Well then, you have to make yourself intriguing and alluring to girls through other ways. You should travel and become immensely cultured, while you should also acquire interesting hobbies and become wealthy. R5. This advice is not only unhelpful, but it also sets a skewed and incoherent precedent. Firstly, girls in reality don't care to any great degree about how well-traveled guys are, or if they partake in skydiving or mountain climbing or any other such hobby. Next, if any given male has to obtain great wealth in order to gain any female attention, it means that the attention is not from genuine sexual attraction, but rather due to the male's ability to provide stability, resources, or luxury through his wealth. He who obtains a female partner in that manner is effectively merely buying her in the same way that a desperate man would buy the attention of a prostitute, and thereby any intimacy he may obtain from her is only debased intimacy. Finally, by encouraging common males to act in this way, a dangerous precedent is being set, namely by making them believe that obtaining debased intimacy is a goal worth pursuing, and that the mere purchasing of female attention with money is the same thing as the genuine reception of sexual interest that the favored male receives from women without having to become wealthy or go skydiving in foreign countries. 06. Perhaps you could relocate permanently to Southeast Asia, where it will be easier to find a girlfriend. R6. This is true, but you have to realize that not all of us can feel genuine sexual attraction for the women of these less developed countries. And some of us also find the whole notion unconscionable, since by doing such, we would be depriving some poor foreign male of the girl who should be his, and thereby directly contributing to the spread of hypergamy. It is also a very unfair thing for us to have to flee to some vulnerable country just to find a girl that will be receptive of us at all. 07. I think your standards are just too high, and if you lowered them, you would find success. R7. I cannot suddenly decide to be attracted to people who I do not find attractive. But even so, the standards of myself and those like me are already vastly more lenient than those of males from previous generations. 08. Then just be yourself and stop caring so much about it. Girls can detect if you care too much, and if you stop worrying about it, you'll eventually find a girl that will like you. R8. Girls and humans generally cannot detect the innermost feelings of human beings around them with any significant degree of accuracy. What girls can detect is if a male is physically attractive enough for them to want anything to do with, and this they can do instantly merely by glancing at a male. Caring or not caring about your own relationship status as a male won't change your height or your handsomeness, and therefore it won't change your attractiveness. 09. If you are genuinely friendly with them, they will be willing to overlook any physical flaws. R9. No, they most certainly will not. Uncountable people are friendly to them already, and some of the few people who are not friendly to them are the boorish slobs that they are copulating with. 010. Well, that shows that girls like dangerous and aggressive men. So if you want to attract their attention, you should act more narcissistic, more manipulative, and less empathetic. R10. They do not like dangerous and aggressive men, specifically because of their aggression and egoism, but rather they like physically attractive men who themselves are disproportionately more likely to be abusive, violent, perverted, and psychotic, due to the fact that they have been constantly spoiled with excessive sensory pleasures since the moment of their birth. Therefore, it can often seem like girls like violent psychopaths only because of their personalities, when in reality they would simply rather copulate with a physically attractive and violent male psychopath than with an average-looking, empathetic male. 011. How do you yourself know so much about women if you have never had a girlfriend? R11. What a ridiculous question. Just how do astronomers know so much about outer space when they have never been there? How do historians know about the past when they weren't alive back then? The answer is that we can know things through study, which is the coherent examination of material reality. 012. Your examination is faulty. The sources that you cited had sample sizes which are too small to be indicative of anything, and you did not cite them properly. Here, look at these studies I have that prove you wrong. R12. The sample sizes were not too small. You just find the results to be personally disagreeable. Even if the sample sizes were in the billions, you would still claim that they are not large enough. Not because you care about the reality of things, but because the results of the studies shake up the foundations of the worldview that you are comfortable with. 70. The reason I have cited the sources in the manner that I have, instead of using any standard academic format, was to make this work more accessible to men who themselves may not be accustomed to reading scholarly literature, the format of which is not so easy for a great number of people to read. And as for your fake studies, I can guarantee you that the methodology in them is faulty, and that they do not prove whatever it is you think they prove. 71. No study can debunk what is blatantly self-evident. So good luck debunking the undeniable personal experience of millions of dispossessed men, which has shown them very clearly that the distribution of intimacy has become flagrantly unequal. 013. But did you know that there are far more men alive than there are women? Have you considered the fact that this could be the reason for all of the male loneliness, and that it is nobody's fault, and that therefore there is no reason for you to be so combative against the established order? R13. There are indeed far more men alive than there are women, but even this noteworthy disparity does not, and mathematically cannot, even remotely account for the entirety of the flagrant, catastrophic, and inconceivably terrible inequality within the contemporary distribution of intimacy, which itself is the result mainly of female autonomy and the misapplication of technology, both initiated by the ruling classes towards the purposes of increasing their own wealth and pleasure. 014. If you really do have it all figured out, and nothing I say will convince you, then just get a prostitute and stop complaining. R14. I will not get a prostitute, nor will I cease complaining, for doing either of those things would mean further advancing the dominance of the hypergamy state. Buying a prostitute is merely paying someone else's concubine for debased intimacy, and it reinforces the societal standard of males accepting debased intimacy as a substitute for quality intimacy, when they ought to be striving for the outright abolition of hypergamy instead. To cease complaining would mean to cease propagating biological consciousness amongst other males, and thereby to stop putting up any resistance against an objectively horrific societal order. For that reason, it is better to continue to remonstrate against the present hypergamous mode of intimacy and the capitalistic economic base that sustains it. So much for the objections raised with ignorance and dismissal. Now we will respond to the objections raised by those who deny biological consciousness, not with bland dismissal, but with some amount of sympathy for the dispossessed. Their objections do not focus on outright blaming the dispossessed male for his problems, but rather they revolve generally around finding a way to placate or neutralize any rebellious feelings that the dispossessed male may be experiencing, usually by trying to get him to accept some substitute for intimacy, in a similar but less dismissive and more compassionate manner to the 14th objection from the previous category. Thus, these naysayers seek more so to nullify rather than to outright erase biological consciousness amongst the dispossessed. Category 2. Those who deny with sympathy and compassion. 01. To find peace, you should adopt a dog or some other pet which can be a loyal companion for you and something to look after and take care of. This will improve your mental well-being and will abate much of the isolation that you feel. R1. Pets are wonderful and can indeed make life much more bright and enjoyable. But their presence ultimately cannot fill the corrosive and expansive void that is left in the heart of the dispossessed male due to prolonged romantic abandonment. Many of the dispossessed already have pets that they love anyways, and yet they still suffer greatly from loneliness-derived depression and other issues. 2. Then perhaps you could acquire an artificial girlfriend. Great advancements in technology have been made, and there are plenty of companies that offer a variety of options, including purely digital AI girlfriends, along with lifelike plastic dolls, and they are even developing very advanced robotic girlfriends now. This could be your solution. 2. For myself and many others, death would be more preferable than having to lower ourselves to the abysmal level of paying sums of money to corporations in order for them to provide us with an uncanny, commodified simulacrum of a real human woman, all while the favored males are allowed to roll about indulgently in the intimacy of real women without paying any sum of money at all. The lonely male who settles for an unsettling plastic substitute does so because his will to resist has been broken by the might of the hypergamy state. 3. If that is how you feel, then maybe you could find fulfillment in a religious organization of some kind. There are plenty of faiths out there with expansive and thriving communities which I believe you could find belonging in. 3. The problem with such groups is that they don't address the core of the problems that are actually afflicting society. They blame everything on imaginary concepts like demons, the devil, or the fallen nature of the world, and thereby they obscure the dynamics of reality and cause men to expend all their energy on activities such as praying, reading religious scriptures, and fantasizing about the afterlife, which is to say, activities that do not threaten the hypergamy state in any way. Hence why the Western authorities have no problem with allowing the various mainstream world religions to thrive openly. The way I see it, when faced with an objectively malicious enemy, it is not proper for one to flee to the alluring but false comforts of prayer and fanciful hopes of heaven after death. 4. You could still find inner fulfillment and contentment without believing in dogmatic ideas, though. You should try mindfulness and meditation, or therapy. Your intense desire for physical affection is more of a societally instilled construct than anything, and with enough effort you can indeed overcome this construct and find peace. 4. I'm afraid this isn't just some social construct that can be overcome with gratitude and breathing exercises. The desire for intimacy is an impossibly deep, biological, and practically irrepressible thing which can be traced back down our evolutionary lineage for hundreds of millions of years, at least as far back as the class Placodermi of the Silurian and Devonian periods. But even if it could be overcome by therapy, to do so would be improper, as one would be submitting to outrageous conditions rather than standing up against them. 5. If you are intent on taking more tangible action, then you could get involved with organizations that improve society and help others directly, such as local groups in your own community or international groups focused on helping animals, the environment, or the human victims of poverty and ongoing wars throughout the world. In these ways, you could find the fulfillment and meaning you seek. R5. What you suggest has much truth to it, and I think that it is probably the right path for some of the dispossessed, who are not cut out for more rigorous action. But as for the rest of us, we cannot obtain fulfillment in charity work, for we know that such is ultimately not enough to initiate deep-rooted and widespread change. There are and have been so many countless charities in operation for a very long time, and none of them were able to stop society from arriving at its present dreadful condition. 6. If nothing that I have said so far is of any help to you, then I don't know what to tell you, other than that you must simply begin to love yourself in order to find peace and fulfillment. Realize that happiness is a choice, and make your peace with things if you wish to stop suffering under the conditions you have described. R6. Happiness is not a choice, and to believe that it is not in accordance with even the most basic and universally acknowledged realities of existence. Pain is an involuntary sensation that involves the brain and nervous system. The person who has been physically assaulted does not choose to feel the pain from his injuries. The pain is present as a result of the fact that matter exists, and it exists externally of any supposed human autonomy. Just as one does not choose to feel physical pain, one does not choose to feel mental pain, which itself is physical pain, since the brain is a physical organ of the body, and its thoughts are physical also. No amount of self-love can heal the damage of social starvation caused by a gunshot wound. Lastly, we come to the third category of naysayer, who objects with haughty cruelty and obnoxious scorn. Those of this variety are often, though not always, favored males. Category 3. Those who deny with scorn and cruelty. 1. Just take a shower. R1. We do keep up regularly and thoroughly with hygienic practices, just as healthy members of society generally do. In fact, many of us take cleanliness quite seriously, and we are often a lot more sanitary than you are. 2. Well, then go outside and stop playing video games. R2. We have spent and do spend plenty of time outside. But tell me, why is it that the favored male can play all the video games that he wants, for as long as he wants, and still find sexual success, while if the dispossessed male dares to play a video game for 5 minutes, you proceed to spew the nonsensical argument that the reason for his involuntary celibacy is the fact that he occasionally plays video games? 03. Fine, it's not the video games, but you have to stop being so creepy. Girls can detect easily when a guy is a creep. R3. They can detect easily when a guy is not tall and handsome. On the other hand, they have shown themselves to often be extremely attracted to utterly insane and hideously perverse serial killers, though specifically the ones that are tall and handsome, for example Bundy and Ramirez, but not the others which do not match up to the physical mate selection standards that females have. And all of this is to say nothing of the countless women in recent times who willfully entered relationships with favored males that turned out to be murderous and/or debauched. I guess they couldn't detect easily when the guy was a creep in those cases. But anyways, the fact is that females and males both, when it comes to sexual attraction, care about looks first and worry about personality later. 04. It's just because Bundy, Ramirez, and other guys like that had charisma. Yeah, they had bad personalities, but their charisma made girls like them. R4. You are being intellectually cowardly, as you are merely trying to replace one vague, unfalsifiable, scientifically worthless variable with another, by swapping out personality with charisma. Of course, I could provide plenty of examples of debauched men who were uncharismatic, but still got girls because of their tall height or handsome face. Though if I did this, you would merely repeat your old strategy and spew out some other meaningless, unmeasurable variable like confidence or aura, simply because you are too cowardly or stubborn to accept the simple fact that females care about the physical attractiveness of their partners just as much as males do. 05. Whatever. Just get a job. Girls don't like guys who can't provide anything. R5. We have worked and do work, and the jobs that we have to work are infinitely more demanding than the white-collar jobs that you and your concubines partake in. In reality, women are perfectly happy to copulate with a homeless man, so long as that homeless man is physically attractive. And they often only care about what a male can provide for them when they are looking for a male to exploit for stability and resources. 06. You generalize things too much. I know a guy who is short, not handsome, and mentally disabled, and he gets girls all the time. R6. Random anecdotes, such as the one that you just spoke, are meaningless in the face of overwhelming evidence and the stark lived experiences of countless males across the earth, which all align together and with that evidence. It is not proper procedure to begin with faulty preconceived notions, and then use random anecdotes and obscure outlier instances to support them. To say that a few spectacularly rare instances of genuine common male successes somehow alone negate the general reality of things for all of the other common males is merely survivorship bias, akin to someone saying that being shot is not dangerous at all, because some people have survived being shot. Just because it was not dangerous to a few lucky people does not mean that it is not dangerous generally. And just because a few common males manage to obtain success through random fluke factors, it does not mean that the conditions are not still overwhelmingly severe and unfair for the vast majority of us. 07. You know what? What do you have to complain about? How about you stop whining and just get over it? It's natural for some men to get lots of girls while others get none. That's natural selection. How dare you think you have a right to complain when you grew up with so many advantages and great things? You had healthcare, video games, and great food. Man up, go to work, and stop being so entitled. R7. Being able to play video games and eat fast food are not the things which actually contribute to a fulfilling existence. And just because you cannot relate to our experiences, it doesn't mean that our concerns aren't invalid. You say that our deprivation is part of the natural order? Fine, it is natural. But do you know what else is natural? Our rebellion against your society. We can and will continue to remonstrate against and directly combat the present hypergamous order, for such rebellion is indeed part of our nature. You think that I am entitled, but you are wrong. I am not entitled, at least not any more than the one who advocates for clean drinking water or healthy air to breathe. Intimacy is a basic human need, and to be without it is, in the long term, just as deleterious as malnutrition or exposure, that is to say, fatal. For the most part, it is only those who have never had any difficulty obtaining it and who cannot imagine living without it, such as yourself, who are the ones that call us entitled. Why don't you go ahead and try going for decades without it and see how well you fare? See what our entitlement actually feels like. The fight for the most elementary conditions of human happiness does not constitute entitlement, though even if it somehow does, and we aren't entitled to intimacy like you say, then I will say this. If we are not entitled to decent lives, then you are not entitled to our labor, nor are you entitled to our submission. If you insist on continually depriving us of the most meaningful, joyful, healthy, connective, and divine of experiences, then don't be surprised when we start to ferociously attack the societal order that you defend. 5. Swindlers. To go through every variety of swindler in great detail here is beyond the scope of this work, and thusly we will only proceed with a brief exposition of some of the most prevalent categories of them that are common today. Swindlers are all united in that through the preaching and dissemination of diluted doctrines that comprise many lies with a handful of truths, they profit monetarily or otherwise from males that are suffering from pervasive hypergamy-derived loneliness. Note that individual swindlers themselves are by no means limited to operating within one category, and they often do belong to multiple categories. It should additionally be understood that most swindlers are also naysayers to some extent, but most naysayers are not swindlers. And swindlers do indeed sometimes swindle people who are not of the dispossessed, although their principal target is the dispossessed in most instances. Common categories of swindler are the following. 1. Alpha male/masculinity swindlers. These swindlers lure in men by acknowledging the reality of the existence of some of the hardships which common males now face in Western society. This acknowledgement alone is so rare that many hapless males, merely upon hearing it, become overly trustworthy of whatever swindler happens to be speaking it. The swindler weakens the eager victim by expounding about the supposed importance of marginal or rather vague things such as mindset, charisma, and, of course, confidence. They extract large sums of money by selling absurdly expensive coaching programs to the more desperate of their male followers that are willing to pay in order to become an alpha male. In these programs, the swindler basically repeats the same old just be confident advice, but often in a more detailed, organized, and/or personal and direct way. Throughout the swindling process, they often repeat many of the objections of the first and third category, which we looked at previously, and this stunts the development of biological consciousness in their victims. Masculinity/alpha male swindlers usually belong to one or more other categories, especially the weightlifting and fashion swindler categories. Andrew Tate is one widely known example of this type. 2. Christianity swindlers. They mainly attract the devotion of males through promises of an eternally pleasurable and glorious afterlife, and also through espousing grand imagery and sentiments about the past, namely the past in which monogamy was still prevalent in the West. And this prevalence they attribute to Christianity alone. This category of swindler is most common in the United States, and most especially within the former Confederate states of that country. There are indeed religious swindlers in Western society from faiths other than Christianity, but the most common religious swindlers in the West by far are Christian swindlers. They originate from a variety of denominations. Many of them are priests, or they are media personalities who espouse Christian doctrine. They profit through the donations of their followers, who do come from both genders, but the bulk of them, and especially the bulk of the most devoted ones, are dispossessed males of proletarian class origin. anyone who wishes to gain a more detailed understanding about my thoughts on Christianity and why I do not even remotely think that it is a viable solution to things, should read my work Against Christianity. 3. Speculation swindlers. These swindlers spew endlessly about the importance of so-called investment and trading, be it in cryptocurrency, stocks, or whatever else. In other words, they espouse the degeneracy of gambling, that is, speculation, to desperate and lonely men who want to get rich quickly so that they can finally attract a girlfriend. Speculation swindlers sell instructive programs in which they teach their victims about trading, and these victims then spend the money which they did not spend on the program on speculation, to the direct profit of the bourgeois class. The scam also causes the victims to support the vileness of cryptocurrency, keeping it alive and further increasing its value, and thereby supporting the black market of the deep web, which is operated by wretches who exclusively use cryptocurrency in their secret transactions, profiting through the circulation of the most hideously vile and outrageously perverse material imaginable. Thereby, speculation swindlers are especially cancerous against the public and must be combated with the greatest zeal, steadfastness, and prejudice. 4. Wealth swindlers. They are very closely related to speculation swindlers, and they often overlap with them. They preach to the dispossessed other ways of accumulating wealth, however, such as becoming a content creator, or engaging in a variety of dubious marketing schemes, such as dropshipping and copywriting. Wealth swindlers make large amounts of money by selling expensive programs that instruct desperate men on how to go about accruing wealth in these doubtful and usually futile ways. And they like to spread the insidious lie that wealth can genuinely compensate for a lack of physical attractiveness in males. Because if men knew this was a lie, then they would not be paying wealth swindlers thousands of dollars to teach them how to become wealthy. Thus, the wealth swindlers need men to think that wealth is of the utmost importance. 5. Weightlifting swindlers. These are often barely distinguishable from alpha male/masculinity swindlers, if they are not themselves also of that category, that is. The main difference between them is that weightlifting swindlers place most or all of their emphasis on weightlifting itself, sometimes even to the point of holding the laughably stupid belief that only males who lift weights can have valid opinions. They sell instructive programs and products such as supplements and weights to their victims and profit thereby. They are very common and have a very large number of victims simply because weightlifting is an easy and mindless activity that practically any male can do, and because weightlifting generally is marketed to us as an elementary and firm solution to involuntary celibacy. The bourgeois class wants it to be this way because many of them are essentially weightlifting swindlers themselves, who profit off of the colossal quantity of desperate males who buy their supplements and other products in an effort to look better, that is, to obtain intimacy. People greatly underestimate the wealth and influence of the gym/weightlifting industry. In the next chapter, we will discuss more about how weightlifting itself is not a particularly revolutionary activity and why it is largely unhelpful in dismantling the hypergamy state. 6. Diet swindlers. These come in many varieties, preaching to us that this diet or that diet is the ultimate and true one, and is the only one that is actually healthy and natural for humans. Diet swindlers make their money from the food products that they sell, or directly from the donations of their followers. Fashion swindlers. They espouse about the supposedly extreme importance of fashion and proclaim the blatant lie that simply dressing better can make any male at all into a highly attractive one. They sell programs about how to dress in a fashionable way, and they also sell clothes of their own design sometimes. The bourgeois class wants men to believe in the importance of fashion because if we do, it results in us buying expensive clothing products in huge amounts, directly profiting them. Nietzschean swindlers. This is a category that has only appeared relatively recently, and perhaps it is only a subcategory. They base their teachings heavily on the writings of Friedrich Nietzsche and other similar thinkers. And their advice to men basically comes down to weightlifting and the adoption of a Nietzschean outlook on things. Those who fall under the influence of this category like to style themselves as hyper-reactionaries, and they pretend that they are somehow similar to the chariot-riding warriors of the Bronze Age, when in reality they are mostly sexually starved men of the present day. They are sometimes also quite dissolute and obnoxious. The main problem with Nietzsche's philosophy is that it boils down to empty egoism and meaningless praise of the haughty, aggressive, and confident people simply because they are successful. We ourselves, the dispossessed, are not that, however. That is not what we are, and no amount of lifting weights and trying to think like a Bronze Age warrior is going to make us that. This isn't the Bronze Age anymore, and so Bronze Age solutions do not work for today's problems. What is needed, rather, is a sound scientific understanding of the material conditions around us and the willingness to take effective action to combat the hypergamy state. Such action goes far beyond the level of weightlifting and idle Nietzschean fantasizing. Because there are not many Nietzschean swindlers, they are not as great of a problem as Christianity or speculation swindlers, but they should still be denounced and refuted like all other swindlers should be. Conservative swindlers. At last, we have reached the final and seemingly most widespread form of swindler that currently exists. those who swindle the common male masses through mainstream right-wing political activity. It is people of this mold who are directly responsible for the creation of the hypergamy state, and their form of swindling, while it is the most widespread, is also the most adaptable and the most dangerous, because it is such a vastly crucial contributing factor to the maintenance of the hypergamy state. It is very often blended with the Christian speculation, alpha male/masculinity, weightlifting, wealth, and fashion methods of swindling. The reason that the dispossessed are so susceptible to it is because of the fact that in Western society, politicians are presented to us as being those who actually control things, and due to this, the dispossessed male often places a huge amount of importance on mainstream politics. And since the conservatives occasionally espouse superficially anti-hypergamy rhetoric, the dispossessed support them in massive numbers and make great financial donations to conservative politicians who themselves do nothing to combat hypergamy, since they are merely corporate puppets that do not oppose the economic base of society, which is capitalism. So much for our examination of swindlers. At this point in our investigation, we now have obtained a good understanding of the two groups, naysayers and swindlers, that have been the most effective when it comes to carrying out the nullification and erasure of sound understanding amongst the dispossessed. Even so, however effective they have heretofore been, I do not think that anyone can deny the truth of the reality that ever increasingly biological consciousness is indeed developing amongst the minds of dispossessed males everywhere. And after all that we have learned here, how could we not expect this to be the case? In the West, most males now inhabit a completely different world than the one that most females do. Not only are these two worlds generally dissimilar, but they are actually not even remotely alike in practically any manner at all. What is the world of the female? What are its elements? Blissfulness, harmony, thriving, fulfillment, meaning, intimacy, connection, and love. There might be a smattering of problems, sure, but these are mostly overcome or held at bay by her with relative ease. What are the elements of life for the small fraction of males that are allowed to inhabit her world of light with her? Well, in addition to love, they are absolute indulgence, extroversion, triumph, wealth, arrogance, haughtiness, sensory pleasures, and revelry in them even unto the most depraved ends of perversion. That is what comprises their world. It is a sphere of seething warmth and surging light. Light that is blinding, dull, and painful to look upon for those that are outside of the sphere. It is roiling and pulsating with carnal elation. The rubbing of warm flesh upon warm flesh, as it echoes with the joyous, involuntary moaning of delighted lovers, along with their laughter and gleeful rejoicing. It churns on in this manner, vibrantly, at every single moment of every single day. But it does not do this of its own accord, for it does not exist in isolation from other things. In fact, it is a sphere that is only stable because it is upheld by another and very different place. This other place comprises a world of its own, that of outer darkness, the world of the common male. What are the elements of this world? Darkness, perturbation, strife, abandonment, meaninglessness, isolation, and the absence of love. It is a blood-curdling and yet monotonous sequence of catastrophe that ends only in death. No structure is here, for it is a black abyss, so expansive that nobody knows where it ends, or if it has an end. The countless inhabitants of this realm are neither alive nor dead, but exist as immiserated, shattered, decaying, and nearly inert bodies, drifting about slowly in the empty blackness of their realm. Love, the highest and purest of all metaphysical forces, is the only thing that can save them, and the only thing that can give them peace. But it is something that they can never attain, as they have been cruelly cut off from it. They have cruelly been cut off not only from love, but also from any of the other remedial energies which are indulged in so eagerly by the ones who have found themselves within the sphere of light. Furthermore, the ones cast into outer darkness are continually subjected to the torturous experience of watching, as those who live in the light not only indulge in, but also sometimes blaspheme, mock, and defile the love that the dispossessed can never have. The treatment of the dispossessed could not be any more brutally cruel and depraved. These helpless and broken beings are subjected at every single moment to biological, social, psychological, sexual, economic, material, cultural, spiritual, and metaphysical agony and humiliation. A prolonged parade of horrific brutality, with each new torture somehow always being superseded in the magnitude of its gruesomeness by the next, constantly reaching newer and ever higher plateaus of nightmarish pain. Of course, a great deal of the drifting souls cannot sustain themselves in the face of these unimaginably hellish conditions, and these gentle ones seek death as an escape. This is, in some sense, understandable, and it is not difficult to empathize with those of the dispossessed who long only for a quiet exit from their hideous existence, seeking to at last find comfort and love in the realms beyond. What more can they do, after all, when they have been so mercilessly and so thoroughly cut off from love within their earthly lives? Love, the highest good of them all, is something that they will never have. That fact in itself is a cosmic and universal agony. How indescribably sad it is that so many countless innocents have been forced to suffer in such a disgusting way. But, lying within the darkness where the decayed ones drift, there exists another kind of force, something that is not love, but is also very powerful. It can perhaps be described as an intelligence, capable of observing and considering things, and seeing some hidden potential within all of those who lie broken, weeping, and immiserated. What has been shattered can be mended. What has been weakened can be strengthened. Nay, not only strengthened, but augmented, even without any love. The hidden intelligence of biological consciousness, which has dwelt so quietly in the darkness for so many years now, while it cannot give divine light or love to the dispossessed, it can pull them from the grasp of death and weakness by giving to them new life. All that is required on the part of the dispossessed is simply to accept the offer. The grasping of this new life is what illuminates and transforms the dispossessed, morphing their formerly rotted bodies into enhanced, sleek, and lurid forms, imbuing them with a peculiar kind of strength that cannot be broken by conventional weapons. In this remade state, the dispossessed are capable of understanding what the heavenly sphere of light really is. Thus, they see that it is only a heaven for those that are within it, and thereby benefiting from it, while in actuality it is nothing other than a congealment of one-sided pleasure that is propped up upon the misery, blood, filth, and rotting gore of all its countless victims. With this understanding, the dispossessed become capable of organizing, of coalescing, and of acting against the sphere and the false hypergamous light that it emanates. Not only do they become capable of taking such action, but they find a powerful and cosmic kind of pleasure in doing so. They proceed to carry out the hallowed task of attacking, penetrating, and destroying the worthless hypergamous sphere, extinguishing its false light. And they enjoy this task with just as much eagerness as those of the sphere did when they were enjoying their one-sided sex, romance, and love. After the deluge is complete and hypergamy is done away with, then and only then can some vague semblance of balance and harmony begin to return to the cosmos in its new state of divine darkness. 6. What is to be done? Combating the hypergamy state. To remake everything, to organize things so that everything should be new, so that our false, filthy, boring, hideous life should become a just, pure, merry, and beautiful life. Alexander Bloch. Let it be understood that the hypergamy state, for all its power, is not immortal, and anyone who says that it is immortal is a liar. The Romans of the 2nd century could not imagine a future reality in which their empire did not exist. The serfs of medieval villages could not fathom a universe in which the church and the monarchy were not dominant. Do not let anyone convince you that the capitalist hypergamy state is any more immortal than any other political system that has existed on Earth. It is physical, and it can be combated physically and defeated. Can its final defeat happen in our lifetimes? Perhaps, but I don't think so. In any case, the world does not cease to exist after one human being dies, and our actions in our own lives against hypergamy will have effects that linger and multiply into the times of the future, unto the eventual liquidation of the hypergamy state. It must also be understood that there is no way that we are simply going to vote our way out of this. The present political system is completely in the hands of the bourgeois class, and both the left and right parties serve bourgeois interests. And it is in the interests of the bourgeois class for hypergamy to be prevalent. The battle between their two parties is a false one, and merely serves to ensnare the political energy not just of the dispossessed, but of the whole of society that is not part of the bourgeois class. The leftists partially or entirely reject the validity of bourgeois economics, that is, capitalism, but they love the degeneracy that capitalism produces, that is, obscene levels of mass immigration, rampant hypergamy, the encouragement and promotion of hedonistic bodily mutilation, etc. They don't see that in all of the countries where capitalism has actually been overcome, the very degeneracies that liberals delight in have also withered away, because such things can only be prevalent as a direct result of capitalism. On the other hand, we have the rightists, who reject the validity of all the social degeneracy, but fully embrace and accept the capitalism that causes it, due to 100 years of ceaseless anti-communist brainwashing implemented by the bourgeois class against proletarian males in the West, who comprise the majority of rightists. And so we end up in a situation where if the rightist party takes power, the rightists are placated, because they see that their precious capitalism is unthreatened. They still have a sense of dissatisfaction, though, because the social degeneracies remain fully intact or mostly intact. The leftists are dissatisfied that capitalism is unthreatened, but they are placated by the fact that the social degeneracies remain, and so they do not revolt. Conversely, when the leftist party takes power, the leftists are placated because they see that their beloved social degeneracy is promoted. They hold on to some dissatisfaction, though, because capitalism remains entirely or mostly unabated. Meanwhile, the rightists are dissatisfied that social degeneracy is so rampant, but because they see that capitalism remains present, they are placated and do not revolt. All in all, you have a system which keeps both sides in a continual state of simultaneous dissatisfaction and placation. All the while, capitalism continues to grow. The social degeneracy that it produces continues to grow, and the bourgeois class continues to profit. For obvious reasons, the bourgeois class wants it to be this way, and so any political opinion that strays too far outside of their controlled binary is heavily censored, and simply has no chance of obtaining power through purely legal means. But all this does not make bourgeois power unassailable, because the neoliberal hypergamy state cannot exist without continual growth, and because it cannot grow continually without merciless exploitation and abandonment of the common male masses, it is in reality on a time limit. As the conditions of life continue inevitably to worsen for common males broadly, more and more of them begin to both gain and disseminate biological consciousness. And this the authorities find increasingly difficult to suppress, as any effort against consciousness only makes the whole corrupt dynamic of hypergamous society more blatantly obvious, until eventually the accumulation of biological consciousness amongst the dispossessed reaches critical mass, and amidst the roiling chaos of a collapsing society, a biologically conscious revolutionary vanguard forms. This vanguard is more committed, more unwavering, more competent, and more organized than the shambling powers of collapsing capitalism. And so, it is this vanguard that takes power, at first in one area or another, before gradually spreading and beginning to restructure things. After that point, under the leadership of the vanguard, it is impossible for the new order to not carry out the liquidation of hypergamous society. And we confirm unapologetically that it is indeed our ultimate aim to bring about the total liquidation of the hypergamy state, down to its most hidden foundations. So, it may be said that the insurgency process of the dispossessed class exists in two main stages. The first of them is the spreading of biological consciousness to the dispossessed on a massive scale. This must be done because, as we know, the vanguard cannot form effectively until the consciousness of the dispossessed reaches critical mass. The second stage is the seizure of positions of power by the revolutionary vanguard and the subsequent usage of their newfound power to carry out the liquidation of the hypergamy state. The revolutionary vanguard should operate in a clandestine manner throughout this process, however, not presenting their core doctrine as being the elimination of systemic hypergamy. Instead, they should take on the visible forms of a variety of political movements, for example, conservative socialism, Duginism, communism, Islamic theocracy, in accordance with the social conditions of their respective areas, while keeping their main intentions either hidden or ostensibly marginal. At the time of this writing, it is the case that the biological consciousness of the dispossessed, while it is growing, is not even remotely close to reaching critical mass, and has essentially only yesterday begun to appear with even a mild degree of visibility. Therefore, the immediate and foremost task of the insurgent at the time of this writing should not be the attainment of power, but rather the spreading of biological consciousness amongst the dispossessed. This task may be carried out through two primary ways, namely legal and illegal. It is imperative that we make use of both methods and do not stray too disproportionately into either category. We will now go into more detail about both the legal and illegal methods of insurgency, as well as the self-cultivation that will be required of insurgents if they are to conduct operations effectively. 6.1. Revolutionary self-cultivation and the legal dissemination of consciousness. For any insurgent to be even remotely successful in both legal and illegal revolutionary methods, he must undergo self-cultivation. The foundation of all revolutionary self-cultivation of the dispossessed is biological consciousness. Without that, the individual cannot enact insurgency, for he does not even have any conscious awareness of the nature of the society that he lives in. Even one who has already received biological consciousness, however, can indeed become lapsed and revert to erroneous ways of thinking. To avoid this, one must beware of the machinations of naysayers and swindlers, and in this work I have established a foundational and rudimentary defense against them, which others can build upon after me by further exposing the lies of the naysayers and the corruption of swindlers. Above all else, you must never let people convince you that your isolation, your loneliness, and your alleged celibacy are your own fault. For as we have seen, once that happens, you end up directing all of your energy in a futile effort back against yourself, instead of directing it outwards against the dominance of the hypergamy state. Be clever and do not let anyone trick you. Don't give too much credit to what people have to say, but instead look at their actions and understand that their words are meaningless if they are not backed up by their actions. For example, if you see a girl saying that physical appearance doesn't matter for sexual attraction, you should look into her own past and find out who her partners were. When you find out that literally all of them were tall, good-looking men, then you know that her statement was meaningless, and you can disregard it. As the old saying goes, actions speak louder than words. If you ever feel that your consciousness is wavering, there are several ways that you can increase it. These include casual and discreet observation of the hypergamous social state of things in public places where many people are, the contemplation of your own present circumstances and how societal hypergamy has led you to them or negatively impacted them, and also the writing of an autobiography, during the writing process of which you may reflect and contemplate about your own life and detect all of the manifold ways that hypergamy has diminished it. You may write of how you first came to receive consciousness and explain your past experiences of rejection and social abandonment, which mystified you before, but suddenly came to make complete sense as soon as you gained understanding. 1. Bodily purification. In Western society, a great deal of poisons are dispensed to the common male, with the effect of keeping him docile and placated, while also profiting the bourgeois class monetarily. The work of bodily purification is to free yourself of these poisons and to thereby strengthen your willpower, making yourself more capable of insurgency, which is generally not something that can be effectively enacted by any person that is addicted to bourgeois poisons. A list of the most prominent of these poisons is the following: all synthetic nicotine products, cigarettes and all other tobacco products, alcoholic drinks, cannabis and all other drugs, energy drinks, coffee, pop/soda, sugary food/junk food. This is perhaps permissible on rare occasions, but it is not to be consumed with any frequency. All of these things are united in the manner that I have said, that is, they pacify, placate, and temporarily soothe the common male. They help to keep him dutifully employed at his bleak job, and they help to keep him from becoming agitated at the system that has deprived him of a happy life. Thus far, they have been incredibly effective, and this is because all of these substances grant the mind a temporary and artificial sense of pleasure, this being a sensation that is naturally counteractive against the development of revolutionary tendencies, which rely on the male becoming fully conscious of stark reality and then adopting an absolute devotion to insurgency. Even when one has become conscious, he cannot be devoted if he is constantly lazing about and sucking in pacificatory substances, nor can he be very devoted or effective if he is constantly worrying about when he will be able to have his next coffee or his next hit of nicotine or what have you. The effective insurgent is not a slave to petty addictions that waste his time and erode his will to fight. He takes on an ascetic existence and is willing for the sake of final victory, even if that victory shall not come in his lifetime, to sacrifice petty pleasures, things which only serve to break down his fighting spirit. A revolutionary must see the big picture. He must cut down everything that troubles him, everything that gets in his way, everything that could prevent the prompt achievement of the task he has set out. Gracchus Babeuf. 2. Intellectual advancement. The sharpening of the intellect is essential because the undeveloped mind, even if it has received biological consciousness, will merely remain in a rather inert state so long as no intellectual advancement is taking place. Presently, the dominant pastimes which occupy the minds of dispossessed young men consist of playing video games, watching sports, and masturbating to pornography from various pornographic websites. Each of these things must be eradicated from our lives, for they serve the same purpose as the bodily poisons that we just looked at, which is to placate and pacify you so that you do not feel any need to start fighting back, while they also stunt intellectual development by taking away precious time that ought to be spent reading. Video games, as enjoyable as they can be, ultimately are too addictive, and they simply take up too much time and provide little or no intellectual advancement in return. Pornographic productions are utterly hideous and harmful to the mind, and should be avoided for those reasons alone, but what's more is that they emasculate the dispossessed male quite directly, humiliating him and causing him to pleasure himself to footage of favored males copulating with girls. This experience vegetates the dispossessed male, softening him and preventing him from development, while also leading him over time to increasingly depraved perversions and addiction. The visiting of pornographic websites creates to bourgeois wealth, and the industry as a whole is one of our most repulsive and malignant enemies. When it comes to sports, I do believe that the desire for them stems from a good place. That is, the desire to be part of a collective, to have a social identity, and to experience fraternity while overcoming obstacles. The problem is that the sports industry misdirects these good impulses into a bad place and causes men to waste all of their energy on what is ultimately something that is inconsequential and meaningless, and holds no real philosophical, intellectual, historical, or societal weight, and ultimately boils down to the pointless battle between Team A and Team B. This false competition is aggrandized and promoted heavily, with countless millions of men becoming immersed in it, devoting all of what little energy they possess into following and supporting their teams, while a great many of these people often fall into the sad degeneracy of sports gambling. The whole thing is simply a flashy but empty distraction, and it is to have no significant place in the life of the insurgent. In place of video games, sports fanaticism, and pornography, you should spend time in intellectual advancement. Intellectual advancement is accomplished through reading, and in that activity there is a very wide range of options available to you in terms of what to read. Some works that are extremely helpful to our purposes are those which were written by people who enacted uphill revolutionary struggles against authorities that were initially far more powerful than they were. In particular, you may study the writings and teachings of people such as Robespierre, Saint-Just, Babeuf, Marx, Engels, Lenin, Dzerzhinsky, Stalin, and Mao. I am not telling you to agree entirely with any of them, but rather to learn from them, to see how they were similar to us, and to absorb their teachings which are relevant to our cause. Reading and learning about such figures more broadly and the revolutions that they took part in is also very effective for intellectual cultivation, though you will have to beware of the immense amount of misinformation that has been spread about various revolutionaries and the revolutions they enacted. In addition to the writings of past revolutionaries, the general study of history, philosophy, and the hard and soft sciences are highly important for self-cultivation, though only insofar as the study of those things can advance your ability to carry out insurrectionary action. With history and philosophy, a good place to start is with the classic writings of the ancient Greeks and Romans, for these were the writings which influenced and educated Robespierre, Saint-Just, Marx, and Lenin, who in turn were the ones who influenced and educated the successful revolutionaries that appeared after their time. Many Westerners, especially those of the younger generations, can find reading to be very difficult, And this is due to the fact that when we were raised, we were never properly instructed on how to read and were given video games and cell phones instead. But the difficulty we face is one that can be overcome. It is most helpful to create a systemized program for your own reading and to have a designated time of the day, for example, right after you get out of the shower in the morning or at night when you accomplish your daily reading. You probably won't be able to read for a long time when you are just starting out, and you may be limited to reading 15 pages at a time or even less. But as you continue in your schedule, you will find yourself able to read more and more during each session until you reach the point where getting through books has become a regular thing for you. You should take notes from each book that you read, writing down passages and concepts that are important, interesting, or relevant to our purposes. It is good to read some especially significant books multiple times, but don't think that you have to do so with every book that you read. After all, it is a fact that reading a book just once, especially one that is a profound work of philosophy, can have a greater effect on the mind than one might think. Once you have become well read, you will likely be able to write very effectively, and writing works of literature for our cause is another way in which intellectual advancement is made, while it also serves to disseminate biological consciousness. You can further prove, expound upon, and develop our doctrines, or you can defend them against specific attacks of naysayers and swindlers, attacks which are bound to arise. Writing an autobiography is a fine option, and it can greatly increase your self-awareness and biological consciousness, even when the latter is already stable and highly developed. As for the question of film and music, I will say that these can be positive influences, but that they can also easily draw one into idleness. And even at their best, the benefit that they provide is not so prominent as that which is received from reading. Film and music simply do not usually require the effort that reading does, and they do not sharpen the intellect as much either. Too much of them can lead not only to idleness, but to the outright diminishment of the intellect. I will say that there is one form of music in particular which is and always shall be absolutely unacceptable for any self-respecting insurrectionary of our cause to listen to. This is so-called rap music, which is unfortunately the most popular music in the West at the time of this writing. What do I even need to say for that, though? What is there to be said that would not merely be pointing out what should be obvious? Sadly, what should be obvious in this case is in reality the furthest thing from obvious to most people, and especially so to the common male. Rap is literally the cultural quintessence of the hypergamy state, congealed into a musical form. It is vile, repulsive, foul, and hideous in every way. What does it preach? The worship of wealth and sensory pleasures, the flaunting of jewelry and clothes, insufferable bragging, and the pathetic ridicule of the weak, etc. How any of the dispossessed can listen to 1 second of that filth without instantly bristling with outrage and disgust, I have no idea. And yet, so many of them adore it and find some kind of perverse enjoyment in listening to wealthy favored males boast in rhyme about how many girls they have sodomized. But of course, all this is to say nothing of the stark fact that rap, in addition to being laughably worthless and disgusting, is also incredibly boring and dated now. It isn't cutting edge, it isn't fresh, and it isn't revolutionary. This isn't 1991 anymore, and rap has become a tired, corpulent, rotting old genre. It's not even too much of an exaggeration to say that everyone and their mother now listens to it. One cannot step outside for more than 5 seconds without hearing someone blasting it from their car, and they literally play it at family diners now. All in all, it simply isn't the new and mysterious phenomenon that it once was, and it's time for it to die forever. After we take power, the despicable musicians and other people behind the propagation of rap should be some of the first ones that we liquidate, should any of them still be living by that point. 3. Maintenance of physical ability. For any insurgent, the maintenance of a healthy physique is vital. Now, that being said, I am not telling you to waste all of your time going to the gym to lift weights and stuffing yourself with food inordinately, as anyone that does such is merely abusing their body into making it grow somewhat larger than it is supposed to be. That is what gym swindlers want you to do, and it is not something that will help us in the combating of the hypergamy state. In fact, I believe that it is more important to focus on the intellect, which is ultimately the more potent weapon against the bourgeois class. They don't want the common male to be intelligent, and this is partially why we are seeing the ruling classes start to turn against public education, while our universities are already monetized and not free to attend. On the other hand, the ruling classes don't really care if you do or do not lift weights, but if anything, they would likely prefer for you to waste all of your energy in the gym. Weightlifting is widely socially accepted and promoted in bourgeois media through the forced idolization of muscular males. Meanwhile, the archetype of the intellectual is ridiculed as cowardly, or it is outright slandered as being villainous, and higher education is branded as something that is only for women and male liberals. The reason for all of this is that the insurgent intellectual is in reality a far greater threat to bourgeois power than any weightlifter is, and so they want common men to funnel all of their energy into inconsequential physical pursuits, that is, repeatedly lifting up metal bars in a gym. Weightlifting takes a great amount of time to do properly and offers very little actual returns. So much effort into doing the countless repetitions, as well as all the humdrum of planning your future workouts, tracking your progress, planning your meals, and inordinately stuffing yourself with an absurd quantity of food, all for what? To make your body somewhat bigger? Is that what is going to put an end to everything that is beguiling our world? Certainly not. This isn't the Stone Age anymore, and being big and muscular is not what generates victory in combat these days. All of the time invested into weightlifting is merely time taken away from proper self-cultivation, which is what our goal is. The warriors of ancient days did not even lift weights, nor did the knights of feudal times, or the revolutionary fighters of more recent eras. All available evidence shows us that these men were, by our skewed modern standards, short and scrawny. For all of these reasons, I do not consider weightlifting to be a healthy activity for the insurgent to engage in. But the maintenance of physical ability is indeed still important, and it is best accomplished by activities such as running or walking, instead of driving to places. If they are within a reasonable distance, you can start walking to them. Hiking, a weekly hike is a good thing to implement. Basic physical exercises that do not involve weights, and training with the weaponry that you have access to. All of these things don't obliterate your time, while they also keep you in good fighting condition. The aim is to attain a level of physical competence that is above that of the average police officer or equal to that of the average soldier. It is advisable to split up your time into periods where you focus mostly on your intellectual development and periods where you focus more strongly on physical development, especially weapons knowledge and training. Trying to keep up with both intellectual and physical development in a simultaneous and proportionally equal way is difficult and can set back your overall cultivation unnecessarily. So much for our basic overview of self-cultivation. Now, as for the dissemination of consciousness, ICU state admittedly that the implementation of it through legal means is not something that I have very much to say about, and it seems to me that such is basically an organic and inevitable process that is already going on and accelerating. This process, however, can be boosted by the insurrectionary through the creation and publishing of understandable video content that exposes the truth. I would advise that you do not use the terminology that I use here, nor should you directly associate yourself with me or this text. Be pragmatic and think about how you could wake common males up without incriminating yourself through overt association with me. You should probably either hide your identity entirely or go by a pseudonym in your educational videos. Don't be boorish and impolite in your presentation and behavior, but have a sense of professionalism. Aside from educational propaganda videos, other more archaic methods of legally disseminating consciousness may also be viable, such as direct verbal communication to people, though you must be extremely careful with this and only try it with people who you know will be willing to listen and who won't seek to incriminate you. And the creation and distribution of leaflets or pamphlets in locations where there are a lot of common males. Be careful when doing this as well. Wear a mask and a hat. Make sure your movements cannot be followed, etc. Leaving leaflets in public places may not be illegal, but there are elements of the public that would not hesitate to kill or seriously injure you for taking such actions. Make sure your writing style has brevity and accessibility, and focus heavily on demonstrating to the common male that his isolation is not his fault at all, as this knowledge is perhaps the most central element of biological consciousness. As an example of a leaflet, one could create one that reads something like, "Can't get a girlfriend? Don't know why? It's not your fault." Then follows, in a smaller font, an extremely basic explanation of hypergamy in terms that anyone can understand, revealing evolutionary female selectiveness, factors such as liberalism, dating apps, etc., which encourage hypergamy, and then some statistics and academic citations at the bottom. Remember, with such work as that, we aren't directly trying to bring males into our sphere of self-cultivation and direct action, but instead we are merely disseminating biological consciousness to as many common males as possible, so that some of them may find their way into joining our cause, or at the very least, they will be more sympathetic to our cause broadly. Of course, many will not accept the truth. That is an inevitable fact. But it is also inevitable that some will sympathize with us, for we are the ones who affirm the reality of their struggles, while the cultural mainstream either does not do this, or they do it only partially, with the intention of either swindling or politically neutralizing the common male. Unfortunately for the powers that be, though, at the end of the day, as social conditions continue to worsen for common males, countless numbers of them will simply come to our side voluntarily, without us even having seek them out. We now have covered the legal means of spreading consciousness. At this point, it is necessary to state that within the present circumstances, I believe that the most effective ways that we can spread biological consciousness throughout the world are the methods that go far beyond legal means. And I am speaking specifically about the implementation of terror, which will be the subject of the next portion of this chapter. Revolutionary terror, or the illegal dissemination of consciousness. Protest is when I say this does not please me. Resistance is when I ensure what does not please me occurs no more. Protest is when I say I refuse to go along with this anymore. Resistance is when I make sure everyone else stops going along too. Ulrike Meinhof. The sources of this power are virtue and terror. Virtue, without which terror will be a disaster, and terror, without which virtue is powerless. But terror is nothing more nor less than swift, severe, and indomitable justice. Maximilien Robespierre. The answer to the question, is terror moral, is both yes and no. The same may be said as to the question of, is terror effective? If the terror in question is that of the last few decades, perpetrated by Islamists and mentally insane rightists against masses of helpless and innocent people, then the answer is no. Such attacks are indeed not only ineffective and immoral, but they are also despicable and cowardly. Our terror is not like that. We do not launch attacks against harmless old folks in churches and supermarkets, nor do we blow up concerts and festivals. For our war is not against the masses. We are fighting against a different and much more exclusive and inaccessible crowd. That is, those EX who themselves are most responsible for the degrading conditions of contemporary life, and not those who, like us, are suffering from such conditions. In a word, we war against the big, against the strong, and against the powerful. They have grown too much, and it is time that we cut them down. Mr. Bourgeois, though he is much stronger than we are, is not immortal. He has a body, he has a location, he can bleed, and he can die. Our methodology can be described as selective, decentralized mass terror, and it is comprised of calculated, surgical strikes against the most culpable elements of society, with a focus on the minimization of civilian casualties and collateral damage. When we are talking about this new methodology of terror and ask the same questions again, is terror effective and is terror moral? The answer in both cases becomes yes. But with that being said, just who specifically is the most worthy of being liquidated? There are many powerful and harmful people, so who among them is the most to blame for the present state of things? The truth is that the most culpable people ultimately fall into two groups. The first being comprised of the corporate leaders, other elites, and their cronies, who are most directly responsible for and the benefactors of capitalism and the hypergamous culture that it engenders. The second group is the depraved criminal elements of the Lumpenproletariat, who are the perpetrators of an endlessly horrific array of disgusting crimes. Let us begin with the first, more wealthy and systemically powerful category, here referred to as Class A elements. 1. Identification and liquidation of Class A elements. Class A elements include elite bankers, powerful CEOs and billionaires, their cronies, including many swindlers and the members of powerful corporate lobbyist groups, and the influential politicians that support them, as well as the most crucial employees of the more virulent and filthy facets of the capitalist economy, such as major speculation brokers, pornographers, and other such people. But just how can we locate these elements, one may ask? Well, it's not going to be the easiest thing in the world, but it is not as difficult as you might think. Most, or practically all of them, have workplaces, which they appear at on most days of the week, entering and exiting at regular intervals. Many of these people also attend conferences and other gatherings, and the dates and locations of these events are often easily accessible. At many of these conferences, comparatively huge numbers of wealthy, culpable people gather together into one building, or even into one room. As for the method of liquidation itself, one's options will change depending on the area that they reside in and the amount of money that they personally have access to. One who lives in America will have his selection from a wide range of firearms, while one who lives in Canada will be able to access a much smaller range of firearms, and those in various other countries will be able to access few or no firearms. Different scenarios will call for the use of different weapons accordingly, but guns are usually the most direct and effective weapon, especially rifles and carbines of military design. If you can manage to acquire one, a submachine gun is a highly effective weapon for close quarters operations. Since many, however, will be unable to obtain any guns, it should be known that there are plenty of other weapons which are perfectly effective. Powerful bombs are not so difficult to create, and in many countries the creation of such devices is actually more viable than is the attainment of firearms. One should also take FPV drones into mind. They are easily purchasable and can relatively easily be equipped with explosives, meaning that one who has acquired only 3 or 4 weaponized FPV drones effectively has a small arsenal of guided missiles at his command, and with them he could cause destructive havoc upon a significant gathering of Class A elements without even having to set foot anywhere near them. In rare cases in which one simply cannot access any modern weapons at all, then they should make use of archaic ones. The axe, the dagger, the crossbow and the sword were all lethal in the past, and they are still lethal now. But in the event that one is forced to resort to such weapons, it should be advised that it is not a good idea to launch an operation in a space where many people are. Because if your only weapon is a blade, you won't easily be able to repulse a mob from subduing you in the same way that you could with a gun. So, with more primitive weapons, you should aim for a more isolated target, perhaps a CEO as he is leaving or entering his workplace. But most of us in the West should be able to obtain guns, especially with the advantage of 3D printing on our side, and bombs. And in our case, an example of a valid operation is quite simple. One could simply discover the date and location of some degenerate bourgeois conference at which are gathered multitudes of culpable people. And after the arrival of the wealthiest and most influential attendants, one could detonate bombs and slash or open up with a firearm to great effect. That is merely a rather simple example of what could be done, though, and people who are particularly clever and knowledgeable with technology could come up with vastly more grand and effective operations, making use of FPV drones, as well as multiple bombs at multiple locations. If one could somehow assemble a group of loyal men, even if it is only 2 or 3 of them, the possibilities would exponentially increase in their potential effectiveness. You could have multiple men armed with guns and drones, with each of them quickly storming a separate locality and using their guns to liquidate hostile elements there, before regrouping together at a predetermined place if possible, and then unleashing a swarm of weaponized drones upon a variety of selected bourgeois targets. Alternatively, the drone swarm could be unleashed first, and the direct frontal assault using firearms could be carried out next. The possibilities are endless. For the first time in a very long while, the Western bourgeois class will finally know true fear again. They will know that we are no longer willing to take all of the abuse in the world with silent submission. And once they know that, they will panic, for they are not used to having to worry about anything. Their existences have been of idle luxury, and the greatest work that they give is in holding on to their rotten power. Once challenged, they will frantically launch repressive efforts against our cause and our ideas, and this will be beneficial for us, because it will only serve to further provoke the dispossessed, increasing our ranks and drawing more men to to our side. If Mr. Bourgeois decides not to launch repressions, that is beneficial for us also, and we will simply continue to implement revolutionary terror and spread our ideas unabated, much to his dismay. Unlike him, we are already used to abject horror and bitter struggle. We can function effectively under such conditions, while he cannot, because he is not used to them, for he has spent most of his time rolling about in outrageously excessive sensory pleasures. Therefore, it is greatly in our interest to bring terror directly to him, and to liquidate him wherever we can with the greatest prejudice. And our terror will not only demoralize him and degrade his prestige, but it will indeed also spread biological consciousness like wildfire within the minds of common males who are dissatisfied with the dreary state of things. I will declare, however, that regarding Class A elements, you have to plan your operation and choose your targets with especially extreme attention and discretion. You will probably only get one chance at such an operation, and so the target must be chosen wisely. A random CEO in your area should not be targeted, purely on the grounds of him happening to be a CEO. The local real estate brokerage in your small hometown is not a valid target, just because it is an instrument of speculation. A mall is not a valid target, nor is a university or any kind of school, a store, or any other place where vulnerable, helpless, non-culpable people will be in large numbers. They are innocent, and they are never to be targeted by us. Women, though their behavior can be very hurtful, are generally not at fault for things, nor are most of their male partners. The favored male, who I have indeed condemned severely in many places, is on average either not a bad person or not a bad enough person to deserve liquidation. Yes, members of his sociobiological class are indeed disproportionately more likely to be vicious and culpable. And what we should do to those more vile and depraved favored males of the lumpen sphere, we shall soon see. But if we are being fully honest, then it must be said that the average favored male, in most cases anyways, isn't really a bad person. Nor is he culpable. In reality, it is the highly powerful and influential people, favored males or otherwise, along with their most loyal, vile, and crucial accomplices who are at fault for everything. They preside over the present order, they enforce it, and they profit from it. They are the reason why your first experiences with sexuality were not ones of love-making, but instead of masturbating to videos of sodomy. They are the reason why we each have enough microplastics in our brain to form a spoon. They are the reason why every other pretty girl now has even more plastic injected into her face and elsewhere on her body. They are the reason why there is no more culture, no more human connection, and no more meaning in the daily life of the common male. They are the reason why what natural beauty remains on this earth for us to take solace in is daily being destroyed. They are the ones doing all of this. Many of them know exactly what they are doing, and most or all of them are completely remorseless about it. These people, the rulers of the present state of things, are the people who are guilty and are the ones who actually need and deserve to be liquidated. Valid potential Class A targets include 1. the main headquarters of international real estate brokerages/developers, and the powerful and wealthy people who operate them, along with slumlords, prominent real estate investors, and major real estate investment conferences. 2. The headquarters and leading figures of multinational investment companies and private equity firms such as BlackRock, Blackstone, etc. 3. Elite bankers or conferences at which such people and their cronies are in attendance. 4. Elite politicians and their cronies, both liberal and conservative, as well as powerful generals, leading military figures, influential Zionists, and war hawks. The headquarters of all corporations with ties to Zionism are fair game: IBM, Microsoft, Boeing, etc. 5. Large pornographic industry conferences, the headquarters of international pornography companies, and prominent individuals who are pornographic actors or actresses themselves, and who are very wealthy and actively promote pornography to the public. 6. In the United States, the CEOs of powerful private health insurance companies, the main headquarters of these companies, and their conferences. 7. The CEOs of companies that are responsible for the destruction of the environment and/or the mass suffering of animals. Especially guilty are leaders of the oil, logging, and agricultural industries, along with the loathsome fur farmers who brutalize animals for their skin, so that the skin can then be sold to the disgusting and abominable high fashion industry, which itself is a significant component of hypergamous culture. The cronies of these companies and the conferences of these companies are also valid targets. 8. Powerful and influential swindlers who delude countless males into erroneous doctrines, especially masculinity/alpha male swindlers, pickup artists, speculation swindlers, wealth swindlers, and Christianity swindlers. These people are often guilty of a range of disgusting crimes in addition to swindling. 9. Prominent mutilation profiteers, commonly known as plastic surgeons, who profit greatly off of the vile distortion of the human body. 10. Large conferences at which the leaders in cryptocurrency speculation and their cronies gather in great numbers. 11. If you can manage to find the date and location, then one of the orgies or other sinister gatherings that are held by wealthy elites would be a fine target to launch a direct attack upon. 12. The CEOs and other leading figures of corporations that are most directly responsible for, or most greatly profiting from, the insane and inordinate mass immigration from various countries into the West. This is most or all of the biggest Western corporations. That is a basic list of some of the foremost targets that come to my mind. 86. After the publication of this document, the ruling classes may of course increase their secretiveness, and information about their conferences may become less available, while it is also likely that security at such venues, as well as at their headquarters, will simply be increased by a lot. In those scenarios, you will have to be prepared for a fight in order to break through their defenses, or perhaps you could find some other option for an operation in which you do not have to confront their security forces. For example, you may make use of FPV drones. In any case, in your planning and preparation, you must be clever, cunning, pragmatic, adaptable, and endlessly committed. You must take into account absolutely everything, not only security, but also things like lunch breaks and holidays if you are attacking a corporate target. It would be a terrible waste for you to show up at some corporate headquarters armed to the teeth, only to find that most or all of your targets are nowhere to be found. You should research covert surveillance, operational security, and clandestine military operations. Plenty of military handbooks are available, while other texts, such as the mini-manual of the urban guerrilla, can be of use also. Needless to say, but you must gain an extensive familiarity with the proper operation of all your weapons, including your drones if you have any, before conducting an attack. That essentially covers things regarding Class A elements. 2. Identification and liquidation of Class B elements. Our task is to combat the enemies of Soviet power and the new system of life. Such enemies are both our political opponents and all the gangsters, swindlers, profiteers, and other criminals who are undermining the foundations of the socialist system. With respect to them, we are merciless. Felix Dzerzhinsky. We will now discuss the most depraved members of the Lumpenproletariat. Such people, though not ostensibly as powerful as their Class A counterparts, are often even more loathsome and disgusting. Amongst this repulsive mob is drug dealers, gangsters, pedophiles, the producers and profiteers of illegal, depraved content, sex traffickers, and other debauched scum who contribute greatly to the ongoing evils of the hypergamy state and to the general misery of the innocent people of the public through illegal activities. In liquidating such people, we are not only benefiting the public directly and bringing more common men over to our side, but we are also showing the bourgeois class that we are willing and able to eliminate the social scum which they themselves propagate and allow to run rampant. When it comes to finding such people, though, the typical procedure isn't as simple as it is with Class A elements, who are mostly more visible. To effectively identify and locate Class B elements, one will usually have to get creative. In many events, an effective strategy may be found in the concoction of a false online identity and the utilization of this identity to lure degenerate elements into your reach before liquidating them. I will go over this methodology briefly here, but for a more complete look at it, see my work, The Smile of the Dispossessed, or Further Instructions on the Implementation of Terror. For a simplistic example, you could pretend to be a young girl online and talk with a large amount of men, finding out which of them are pedophiles, gangsters, sadistic deviants, or Class B scum generally, and then set up a series of consecutive dates with as many of them as you can, and schedule the meetings to take place at the target's houses consecutively over one evening, or maybe one day. Then, when the day arrives, you could proceed to attend each meeting armed to the teeth, liquidating your targets one after the other. To avoid having the police immediately start chasing you after the first liquidation, you will have to either concoct a silencer for your gun, or you may use another quiet option, such as a bladed weapon or a crossbow. You should be prepared for any obstacles that may arise, such as the fact that targets might not let you into their homes if they see that you are not a girl. In order to get around this, you could research covert entry beforehand and utilize that, or you could come up with some other plan to get the target to open their door. For example, you could arrive and simply text the target that you are on the right street but can't find the exact house for whatever reason, and that you need the target to step out of their door so that you will know the right house. Then, when the target steps out, liquidate him before hastily leaving and making your way to the next house. To avoid all of these complications, though, you could consider finding a way to assure that the target's door is left unlocked when you arrive. Maybe you could text him and say something like, "Leave your door open. I have a surprise I want to give you when I get there." Insert one or two of any sexual emojis here. The target seeing that will assume a sexual connotation to it, and he will likely obey your request to leave his door open. Then, all you have to do is show up, walk in, and liquidate him. The adoption of a false female identity online is, as far as I can tell, one of the best tactics that we can make use of. Through it, we may learn the whereabouts of vile gangsters, thugs, traffickers, drug dealers, and the rest of the scum, all just by pretending to be a girl and building trust with suspect people online. But how is one to go about selecting who to talk to when there are simply so many males online? How can one have a good chance of finding culpable people without simply talking to random males for hours upon hours and wasting a lot of time? When it comes to identification of potential suspects, I would say that while it is true that degenerate lumpen elements come from a broad range of ages and backgrounds, it is also the case that they can often be identified merely by their appearance and behavior. Many of them consistently keep to a specific look, heavily inspired by hip-hop and rap music. Gaudy jewelry, backwards snapbacks, designer clothes, all are often the standard uniform for them. And so, one or more of those superficial aspects are often representative of Class B social affiliation. To identify sexual deviance, you could, after some previous online conversation relating to sexuality, ask your suspects a question along the lines of, So, what's the most wild thing you're into sexually? And whoever gives the most depraved answers may be those that you liquidate. As for the identification of drug dealers, this can actually be rather easy, since many people who sell drugs do not hesitate to show off their drug hoards and the money that they made from selling drugs online. Gang members are often perfectly willing to show off their criminal affiliations online as well. As for the identification of drug dealers, this can actually be rather easy, since many people who sell drugs do not hesitate to show off their drug hoards and the money that they made from selling drugs online. Gang members are often perfectly willing to show off their criminal affiliations online as well. I don't think many of them would reject the interest of an attractive woman or of what they think is one, and since many of them are themselves favored males, receiving such interest is actually something that is a daily thing for them, which they will not even think twice about. You could perhaps try to create an event where multiple Class B elements are gathered together in one place. To organize this, maybe you could say to one of them that you want to meet their friends, or you could even pretend to be an especially dissolute girl that wants to copulate with a large group of them in one evening. Just find a way to get all of the scum crowded together, show up and liquidate them. Sure, some might be carrying weapons, and you will have to contend with this, but you will also have the element of surprise on your side, and your enemies will not even slightly be expecting a fight. Now, it is true that faking your identity is becoming difficult on many social media platforms. But it is not impossible on all of them, and I'm sure there are some ways you can get around even the more strict of them. Perhaps you could pass the Face ID barriers by at first using your real face, but then changing all of your pictures after being verified. If the platform won't allow this, then you could instead make a legitimate account and get verified, but then change your real pictures to those of yourself with an AI female filter on them, and then just change your profile name to a female one and change the profile gender to female as well. It may seem surprising to some, but this thin disguise has been proven several times to be convincing enough to attract the sexual attention of huge numbers of unknowing males. Make no mistake, liquidation is what noxious deviants and vile thugs deserve. These people, who are disproportionately likely to be of the favored sociobiological class, live lives of brutish sexual excess and flagrantly debauched hedonism. They pretend to be rebels, but are enabled by the police and glamorized by the media. They take in girls by the thousands, grooming them, sodomizing them, violating them, degrading them, and polluting them. They enact unspeakable harm against countless innocents, and many of them don't hesitate to produce and sell footage of the most vile acts imaginable. They laugh about it. It is nothing but fun to them. They live happily and flaunt themselves to everyone, remaining unpunished. This eternally despicable class needs to be permanently exterminated, obliterated off the face of the earth. It is shameful that until now we have not attacked them, and yet they kill and terrorize every day, though not for any higher political or philosophical ideals, but only for their immediate sensory pleasure, monetary gain, and egoistic vanity. There is no dialogue to be held with these people. There is no consideration that is to be had for them either. They do not have immortal souls that we must try to bring over to this faith or that faith. We will not be punished in any afterlife for liquidating them. They are a plague for which the only medicine is a bullet. So find them and shoot. 3. Revolutionary acceptance of death error is the only form of defense by which a minority, strong only in its spiritual strength and the consciousness of its righteousness, can combat the physical power of the majority. There will always be found many people who are so devoted to their ideas and who feel so bitterly the unhappiness of their country that it will not be a sacrifice for them to offer their lives. Alexander Ulyanov. Now arrives the point where I must acknowledge what may already be obvious, which is the reality that due to the advanced nature of the capabilities of present law enforcement agencies, it has become next to impossible to commit an act of revolutionary terror without it being a one-way ordeal for the revolutionary. What I mean is that you are, in all likelihood, not going to conduct one of these operations and then live to fight another day. You will either be captured and imprisoned, or you will die fighting. The police are armed, and if you do not surrender, the police will use their weapons to either kill you or incapacitate you so that you can be incarcerated. So, your choice essentially is to either surrender and spend the rest of your life in prison, or to die fighting. Death in battle, I believe, is the better option, 95, but it must be said that the ethics of combating the police isn't such a simple thing. With more corrupt departments, usually those of the biggest cities, I entirely condone fighting them. But for the less corrupt departments, typically of rural areas and smaller cities, I don't think combating them is something that should be done. Yes, they are all technically the hired guns of the bourgeois class, and they defend bourgeois interests, but they are also some of the only people out there who are putting their lives on the line to combat gangsterism and other disgusting crimes, even if their combat is rather ineffective and only goes as far as the bourgeois class wants it to. It is true that many policemen are favored males who were popular and socially adept people in their schools, and they naturally will only have contempt for us. But many of them, conversely, are similar to us in that they have suffered immensely under the hypergamy state. Some of these particular officers may sympathize with our cause, and some might even use their power to support us and follow in our footsteps. We therefore have to be patient with them and realize that they very likely can come around to our side if they manage to discover what we have discovered. To reiterate, I don't hold to a one-sided view about the police. My stance is that you should indeed fight back against the most absolutely corrupt departments, but not against the more genuine ones. If you are up against a department that you don't want to actually fight back against, but you still wish to die in battle, you can initiate this by approaching them with your gun, but not shooting any of them, instead only pretending to, and firing over their heads or below their feet. If for whatever reason this does not work, you will have to simply turn your gun on yourself. When you are acting against a corrupt department, on the other hand, things are more simple, and you can simply fight until they either kill you or you become so exhausted that your only remaining option is to kill yourself. I suppose I can understand if some would prefer to surrender and to then spend the rest of their lives imprisoned. But I would say overall that death in battle is the more proper option, because it shows people that we are willing to die for what we believe in, and that we are not cowardly or weak-willed. We have to stop being so selfish and find the strength to disregard our own temporary existences. We must think about the future and realize that if we don't act now, then all of the helpless and unborn beings of the future will suffer needlessly and terribly under the conditions that we failed to fight against. Nobody else is going to fight for us. No politician or charity group is going to fix things. The only path that leads forward is that of radical action. And if this radical action entails the loss of our own lives, then so be it. It's not like we have girlfriends to spend time with or prosperous futures to look forward to anyways. If you are a common male in the West, you need to realize that your future, if you do not fight back, is almost certainly one that contains only more bleakness and shattering loneliness. Our lives have already been destroyed. The lives of those yet to be born, however, are not yet destroyed, while, with nothing to lose, we ourselves have been given the opportunity to destroy the lives of those who are guilty. So instead of lying down and obediently submitting to enslavement, let us stand up and fight back, in order to help those that will come after us, so that they will not have to go through all of the senseless misery that we did. And in order to bring retribution upon the malicious bourgeois snobs who have incurred a huge debt of punishment. The degeneracy of the present day exists largely because the spoiled clowns of previous generations didn't care about us, but chose egoism and their own petty existences. Their indulgence became our suffering. So let us not be like them. We will not indulge, but instead we shall endure asceticism and revolutionary discipline. With these, we will be effective in our operations as we fight with every scrap of strength that we can summon, implacably offering up our own lives. In turn, our operations will spread our cause, which itself will eventually take power and destroy the hypergamy state forever. You think that people won't take us seriously? That they will mock, ridicule, and laugh? That is what people did at every successful insurrection when things were just starting out. I say, let them mock, and let them ridicule. For it isn't exactly going to matter very much when your bullets are tearing through the flesh of the malicious, or when blood is flooding out from the corpulent bodies of the bourgeoisie. We are taking action not for the approval of immediate public opinion, but for the generations of the future and for our own vengeance. You think that people won't take us seriously? That they will mock, ridicule, and laugh? That is what people did at every successful insurrection when things were just starting out. I say, let them mock, and let them ridicule. For it isn't exactly going to matter very much when your bullets are tearing through the flesh of the malicious, or when blood is flooding out from the corpulent bodies of the bourgeoisie. We are taking action not for the approval of immediate public opinion, but for the generations of the future and for our own vengeance. 7. Permanent revolution, or the preservation of the future order. Even when you have achieved or gained or founded something, you have never quite finished. Only when you have ensured complete and perpetual security for your creation, can you reckon to have done everything that ought to have been done. Until then, it's a case of unfinished business. Plato. The task of actually creating and then maintaining a post-hypergamy society is one that will most likely fall upon the generations of the future. And it will only be looked at with relative briefness here, where I will do what I can to lay out some basic ideas that others after me may build upon. To a limited extent, I talk more about the details of the post-hypergamy world in my work on the future society and the question of metaphysics. The essential political conditions of a society in which capitalism/liberalism and thereby hypergamy itself are not part of the established order of things have mostly already been laid out by Marx, Engels, and others in works such as the Communist Manifesto. In my view, the most important of these basic conditions are the full abolition of private property without compensation and the subsequent nationalization of this property. Centralization of credit in the hands of the state, with the establishment of a central bank and a planned economy. The establishment of state control over the means of transport and communication. By enacting the first of those, we deprive the bourgeois class of its ability to enslave us and hoard our women. Without their private property, they simply can do none of the things which they presently do that result in our biological deprivation. No more will they be able to hire women in huge numbers. No more will they be able to market consumerism, hedonism, cosmopolitanism, greed, lechery, and other filth to women or anyone else. And no more will they be able to enslave common males through a combination of systemically forced wage labor and the dispensation of pacificatory substances along with false consciousness. To make monogamy prevalent again, one of the main factors will be to get the female out of the workplace and to generally stop her from having her own income. One of the ways that this can be done gradually, without using too much force, is to simply quietly start introducing robots into female workplaces, as robots will easily be able to perform the sedentary and easy jobs that females overwhelmingly prefer. The domains of the male, however, in labor, craftsmanship, academia, the military, and other such occupations, are not so easily occupied by robots, or at least not on a very large scale in the foreseeable future. Therefore, with private property abolished and the state in total control of industry, a new order could be established in which females will not partake in wage labor, since all of the jobs that they can do with any real effectiveness will be taken by robots. The males will do the more demanding jobs, and they are the ones who will earn an income, albeit one that is steady and equable and doesn't allow for any one male to accumulate great riches. Most of the males will work in construction or agriculture. Others will go into the military and law enforcement, and others into academia and state administration. Under these conditions, we will see the revival of the working class family and of monogamy, since women will no longer be able to count on Mr. Bourgeois to provide them with all of the wealth and prestige in the world. Without an income of her own, and without unlimited access to an unlimited number of potential mates, the female will simply need marriage in order to live, just as she once did, and thus she will engage in monogamy willingly. With the new order having introduced robots to replace the vast majority of female workers, the remainder of female workers may then be removed from their workplaces through some legislation that can be quietly passed and enforced on ostensibly mundane pretenses, and this will serve to make the male-dominated fields free of what few females are in them or should wish to enter them. With all credit under state control, the filth of greed and speculation will be abolished, and all of the chaos and agitation of the old neoliberal economy will vanish. As for transport, the ownership of cars will be abolished, and transport will instead be achieved by advanced trains, and only by people with state approval. The ubiquity of cars in society has actually been one of the most significant factors that has allowed favored males and women to so frequently and excessively copulate with each other. And without his car, the favored male will no longer be able to access gigantic numbers of women with ease, while the female without her car will no longer be able to drive across town or across her province or out of her country in order to meet with a favored, and thus abandoning the male of her area who ought to be her husband, callously leaving him to rot in loneliness. The new state-controlled trains will mostly operate towards the enhancement of state industry and the military, but some movement will be allowed for monogamous families that wish to go on vacation and other such innocuous instances that don't undermine the new societal order. Regarding the means of communication, which in our times includes the internet itself, it is essential that this is brought entirely under state control, for it will allow for us to make sweeping changes to society that would be impossible otherwise. Pornography and dating apps should obviously be abolished, and social media should probably be abolished as well, or at the very least, it must be heavily altered into a restricted form that works with a harmonious and healthy society. With firm control over the internet and all of its data, both old and new, we will even be able to find out who the societal degenerates are in any given area and who it is that is accessing the deep web or making questionable searches. With this information, we can compile a vast list of undesirable elements, all of which can quietly be apprehended before being judged and sentenced either to a life of forced labor or instant death. The state must ever continue to watch over the internet, and when degenerates find new ways to get around restrictions, the state with its extensive power will discover their activities and stop them. No longer will the scum of society have unlimited freedom to spread their cancerous depravity, but instead they will live in fear before being brought before our competent tribunals, who shall delight in obliterating them by the might of our new-found power. It will be necessary for the state to heavily alter the internet continually over time, until eventually it becomes something that is unrecognizable to its counterpart of our own times. It will be devoid of degeneracy, and the only access that the public will have will be in public locations, where random other members of the public can easily see what anyone is looking at. The state will be able to easily locate and prosecute unauthorized internet users, and with private property abolished, people won't be able to simply buy services that allow for covert internet usage. That covers the most basic and encompassing changes that must be made. The speed of their implementation will depend on a variety of circumstances, including the actual nature of the change to be implemented itself, and such questions as this one will be but one part of the work of the future establishers of the new order. A vanguard could perhaps combine the usage of both quick and slow methodologies. They could take power and then enact a series of secretive grand purges against the worst societal elements, while proceeding to nationalize only the most key sectors of the economy and letting smaller industries initially go on mostly unhindered. Then, once a degree of stability amongst the general population sets in, the state could slowly but surely start to nationalize everything, bit by bit, while also beginning the introduction of robots into female workplaces, until finally, after years or maybe even decades, there is no more female workforce. Remember, the vanguard does not reveal its true intentions to the general population. If things are done gradually and inconspicuously, people will be less likely to put up any resistance over it, or even to take much notice of it at all. Aside from the more general matters, there is a range of other topics that need to be covered here. Firstly is the fact that no matter how clandestine the vanguard is, the bourgeois class isn't just going to let them win. And they themselves will have very many supporters who will oppose us with all of their strength, seeking to sabotage our efforts, even after we have taken full power. Of course, degenerate lumpen elements will put up a lot of resistance to us as well, for their way of life depends upon the existence of capitalism and the bourgeois class that enables and protects them. If the bourgeois class represents the roots of the hypergamous tree, from which the whole structure is supported, then the degenerate lumpen elements are the fruits of that tree, which contain the seeds that may grow into new trees. Since our goal is the destruction of the hypergamy state, it follows that we must not only eradicate the roots of the thing, but also its many fruits, wherever they may have fallen, in order to stop the seeds from growing into new trees that are alike to the old one. Therefore, the complete liquidation of both the bourgeois class as well as its degenerated lumpen offspring is a necessity. The most certain way to achieve this end is through the establishment of a remarkable and unprecedented organization, the likes of which has not yet been seen on earth. This organization, which here I will refer to as the extraordinary branch, will need to be composed of politically sound, biologically conscious, and incorruptibly devoted men, armed with the best weapons and technology, and trained to the point of being universal masters in the knowledge and application of state security, covert operations, and all other useful modes of warfare, including psychological and biological warfare. The extraordinary branch should have a wide range of divisions, each encompassing differing specialties in warfare, and each containing departments pertaining to intelligence, administration, and security, as well as heavily armed paramilitary shock detachments. These being the units that will conduct liquidations. They will have divisions in every geographic area of the state, and they must have full authority in investigation, prosecution, sentencing, and punishment of both Class A and Class B criminal elements. The whole of the capitalist judicial system, in which the only rule is that he who can pay a monetary fee is innocent, and he who cannot is guilty, will be permanently abolished. The hideous concept of bail will no longer be a thing that exists, and nobody will be able to pay their way out of punishment. Instead, the scum will be liquidated and their assets confiscated by the state. The extraordinary branch will take care of the deeper aspects of state security and will handle the investigation and processing of the worst criminals. They will sometimes work with a new police, which can possibly be formed in part from the old police, who will generally handle the more mundane and commonplace law enforcement matters, and who will be a separate body from the extraordinary branch. The extraordinary branch should be secretive and shadowy, conducting liquidations by night whenever possible. There should be little official information released about them, though whispers about their power and authority should be allowed to take place in public discourse. New recruits can be drawn from the most promising members of the new police, the new military, and the new academia. The combat uniforms of the branch should be both very effective and also ominous or macabre in design, perhaps making use of peculiar colors, otherworldly patterns, and grim depictions of demonic beings, in order to strike as much fear and confusion as possible into hostile elements. These uniforms should succeed in making the combat operative of the extraordinary branch appear to be some kind of partially immaterial being that has temporarily appeared on earth from the other side, in order to bring precise, unflinching, and lethal judgment upon his adversaries, who are the worst enemies of the new cosmic order. To secure the dominance of the revolution, the extraordinary branch should enact a massive purge of all the remaining powerful and potentially dangerous bourgeois elements in society, and this should be done as soon as is reasonably possible. This doesn't need to be a grand public spectacle by any means, and it is probably better for such people to simply be disappeared. Then, to deal with the most harmful lumpen elements, the extraordinary branch should first conduct a massive purging of the prisons, with anyone being held there for any crime that is even remotely vile, from drug dealing to animal cruelty to rape to white-collar crimes and murder, being promptly liquidated on the spot by the branch's shock detachments. The branch will also have gained access to the police files of the old system, which will contain the most recent known whereabouts of all who were investigated for or convicted of vile crimes, but released for whatever ridiculous reason. With knowledge of their whereabouts gained, the extraordinary branch can send shock detachments throughout the land, hunting down and destroying every last pedophile, animal abuser, gangster, swindler, black marketeer, and drug dealer. Of course, we have to stay realistic with things and realize that human beings are not perfect and that even the most devoted man can falter. That is why I don't think that the extraordinary branch, or generally the higher officials of the new order, should always be composed of mere men. But rather, in this area, I think that the impending advancements in technology should be utilized as they become available. Since our goal is the destruction of the hypergamy state, it follows that we must not only eradicate the roots of the thing, but also its many fruits, wherever they may have fallen, in order to stop the seeds from growing into new trees that are alike to the old one. Therefore, the complete liquidation of both the bourgeois class as well as its degenerated lumpen offspring is a necessity. The most certain way to achieve this end is through the establishment of a remarkable and unprecedented organization, the likes of which has not yet been seen on Earth. This organization, which here I will refer to as the extraordinary branch, will need to be composed of politically sound, biologically conscious, and incorruptibly devoted men, armed with the best weapons and technology, and trained to the point of being universal masters in the knowledge and application of state security, covert operations, and all other useful modes of warfare, including psychological and biological warfare. The extraordinary branch should have a wide range of divisions, each encompassing differing specialties in warfare, and each containing departments pertaining to intelligence, administration, and security, as well as heavily armed paramilitary shock detachments. These being the units that will conduct liquidations. They will have divisions in every geographic area of the state, and they must have full authority in investigation, prosecution, sentencing, and punishment of both Class A and Class B criminal elements. The whole of the capitalist judicial system, in which the only rule is that he who can pay a monetary fee is innocent, and he who cannot is guilty, will be permanently abolished. The hideous concept of bail will no longer be a thing that exists, and nobody will be able to pay their way out of punishment. Instead, the scum will be liquidated and their assets confiscated by the state. The extraordinary branch will take care of the deeper aspects of state security and will handle the investigation and processing of the worst criminals. They will sometimes work with a new police, which can possibly be formed in part from the old police, who will generally handle the more mundane and commonplace law enforcement matters, and who will be a separate body from the extraordinary branch. The extraordinary branch should be secretive and shadowy, conducting liquidations by night whenever possible. There should be little official information released about them, though whispers about their power and authority should be allowed to take place in public discourse. New recruits can be drawn from the most promising members of the new police, the new military, and the new academia. The combat uniforms of the branch should be both very effective and also ominous or macabre in design, perhaps making use of peculiar colors, otherworldly patterns, and grim depictions of demonic beings, in order to strike as much fear and confusion as possible into hostile elements. These uniforms should succeed in making the combat operative of the extraordinary branch appear to be some kind of partially immaterial being that has temporarily appeared on Earth from the other side, in order to bring precise, unflinching, and lethal judgment upon his adversaries, who are the worst enemies of the new cosmic order. To secure the dominance of the revolution, the extraordinary branch should enact a massive purge of all the remaining powerful and potentially dangerous bourgeois elements in society, and this should be done as soon as is reasonably possible. This doesn't need to be a grand public spectacle by any means, and it is probably better for such people to simply be disappeared. Then, to deal with the most harmful lumpen elements, the extraordinary branch should first conduct a massive purging of the prisons, with anyone being held there for any crime that is even remotely vile, from drug dealing to animal cruelty to rape to white-collar crimes and murder, being promptly liquidated on the spot by the branch's shock detachments. The branch will also have gained access to the police files of the old system, which will contain the most recent known whereabouts of all who were investigated for or convicted of vile crimes, but released for whatever ridiculous reason. With knowledge of their whereabouts gained, the extraordinary branch can send shock detachments throughout the land, hunting down and destroying every last pedophile, animal abuser, gangster, swindler, black marketeer, and drug dealer. Of course, we have to stay realistic with things and realize that human beings are not perfect and that even the most devoted man can falter. That is why I don't think that the extraordinary branch, or generally the higher officials of the new order, should always be composed of mere men, but rather, in this area, I think that the impending advancements in technology should be utilized as they become available. Technology itself does not inherently support the hypergamy state. In our times, it is true that much of it contributes to bourgeois power and hypergamy. Indeed. But it doesn't have to be this way. We have already seen how the robots of the future will play a tremendous part in the abolition of hypergamy, by taking most of the jobs that females now hold. But having robots functioning as secretaries, nurses, administrators, and service workers is just one small fraction of the potential that technology offers. To avoid corruption and weakness amongst the extraordinary branch, technology could be utilized to augment both the bodies and minds of its members. We do not want something purely robotic to be the result, but we do not want the final outcome to be entirely human either. The ideal is to create a synthesis of the best aspects of humanity and technology, in order to raise an army of morally incorruptible, fearless, endlessly intelligent, martially unmatched, and emotionally perceptive sentinels of the revolution. They will have their human memories, their own personalities, and their own distinguishing physical characteristics, like humans normally do. But they will also be perfected mechanically as the unbreakable guardians of the new order. Perhaps with the technology of the future, they could even be made to be resistant to the normal effects of aging, being able to live on for vast spans of time, continuing to enforce the new laws for hundreds of years or more. Such a concept is indeed only a distant dream at the moment. But I do believe that it will eventually be possible and is probably necessary if the new order of the future is to survive. More research is needed to develop the technology that would allow for this, and the extraordinary branch will probably have to start out as being composed entirely of non-augmented men, or men who are only augmented to a mild degree. But perhaps the best of the first generation could be fully augmented if they are still alive when that technology is invented. And that way, the most devoted warriors from the early days of the revolution could continue to combat hypergamy and disorder far into the future. Now, regarding the question of internationalism, it should be said that wherever capitalism survives, the hypergamy state survives. And wherever the hypergamy state survives, it can spread. Therefore, we must not allow any liberal or capitalistic enclave, no matter how small, to remain in existence after we take power. For this reason, our position is internationalism, and this entails a global revolution and a global change in the order of things. If that change starts out in only one or two nations, it is the imperative of those nations to bring the revolution elsewhere, however gradually or however swiftly, depending on the material conditions. Our operatives within one continent must gladly participate with our operatives in other continents, and we cannot let ethnic, national, or racial issues divide us in the accomplishment of our goal, which is the universal abolition of the hypergamy state. Since we don't plan on letting the hypergamy state reappear, our revolution is also to be a permanent one, which will continue to play out even after the seizure of power. The new police, together with the new military and the extraordinary branch, must remain as eternal guardians of the new order, and they shall perpetually implement revolutionary terror against oppositional forces wherever and whenever such forces may arise. To discuss in detail the topic of what the new society will actually look like after the new order has prevailed is a task that is beyond the scope of this text. And here it will suffice to say that in the new society, all of the horrible old things of the hypergamy state will have either withered away or been directly combated out of existence. The pervasive atomization and callous viciousness of modern Western life will be no more. In place of the old system of meaningless and noxious competition, people will work together harmoniously. Human advancement will no longer come at the cost of the environment, and instead we will live in balance with animals and the cycles of nature. Culture will be renewed, and it will be focused on order and righteousness, as opposed to the present Western culture that is based around the inordinate and sinister worship of the false idols of freedom and tolerance. Degeneracy, if it appears at all, will be blotted out wherever it manages to crop up. The weak, including non-human animals, will finally be defended from the vile cruelty of egoistic people that think they are the center of the universe. No more will such filthy and vicious scum have the freedom to terrorize the helpless as they please. Instead, depraved people will finally realize that they are merely vile filth, just before they are liquidated and then left to rot into the ground, fertilizing our crops. Every Western horror will have withered away, and liberalism, along with capitalism, will be liquidated as concepts. The terms celebrity, pornography, socialite, and stock market, as well as a broad list of other contemporary financial, cultural, and sexual terms, simply will no longer be within our dictionaries or our vocabularies, since there will be no physically existing societal practices of those kinds. All of it will have withered away. Women will no longer be able to lecherously flaunt their bodies all over the internet, and wretched men will no longer be able to worship them for it. We will create a world in which there will be no more private or public prostitution, drunkenness, indecency, poverty, crime, or fratricidal wars. The distinguishment between city and countryside will gradually be abolished, and the population will become distributed equably over the habitable areas of the earth in a vast array of moderately sized communes, each with elements of both agriculture and industrial manufacturing. Healthy forestry will be maintained in harmony with agriculture in every region that forests can grow, and the architecture and cultural aesthetics of the communes will conform generally to the pre-existing standards of the regions in which the communes are located. Once the whole earth is eventually brought into the new order and technology has advanced to a sufficient point, the revolution may continue to spread beyond the earth and into the stars. All of this is absolute insanity. You are completely insane, the objectors all scream in unison. To the objector, perhaps, it could seem that way, but they might be surprised to know that there is a great deal of males out there, far more than they would like to think, who are sane, healthy, and who agree with most or all of what I've said here. Moreover, there are many out there who agree with what I have said, even though they have not yet heard it. This is because what has been revealed here is more or less the solution that the collective unconscious mind of the common male has been searching for. The old lies which have subdued him in the past have been exposed, and now that the truth has been unleashed, there is no going back. Our ranks are growing every single day. If objectors think that it is bad now, they should see what the future holds. Soon enough, nobody will be able to ignore the reality of our presence. For now, there is indeed but a few of us in this city or that city, but as we spread out, objectors will find that there is no escape from us. We will be in every town, every city, on the farms, and in the countryside villages. We will be on the idyllic islands and in the most quaint and isolated mountain towns. We will sprout up internationally on all land that is habitable and within the borders of every country. This is not something that can be erased. And the average citizen, male or female, should not want it to be erased. Because all of this is about so much more than just us wanting to have a girlfriend. This about building a society in which life actually makes sense. It is about creating an entirely new world of social harmony, one in which the common male does not have to be subjected to all of the senseless brutality, apathy, and filth that he is presently assailed with. One in which we may experience tenderness, gentleness, love, and peace again. One where there is a real feeling of community, fraternity, and solidarity. We want a world in which animals and the Earth's natural landscapes are no longer brutalized to satisfy filthy human greed, egoism, and depravity. We want the authorities to actually punish people who commit severe crimes. We don't want to work ourselves to the brink of death just to scrape by within a hellscape in which all of our effort only serves to enrich vile people, all while the girls that should have been our partners are being incessantly sodomized by filthy, arrogant scum. They have achieved heaven, yes, For them, life is a pulsating voyage through a vortex of overflowing sensory delight. Party after party, festival after festival, romance after romance, joy after joy, success after success. It is by no means an overly outlandish use of hyperbole to describe it like that. We cannot comprehend even one moment of such an experience, and conversely, they are incapable of comprehending any of our experience. That is why we have heretofore seemed so laughable to the few of them that know about our existence. It's why they don't hesitate to mercilessly mock and scoff at anything that we have to say, because they don't understand. We have to live almost completely immersed within their flaunting. We cannot escape their dominance. They, on the other hand, only find us if they look very diligently, and, as we've seen, when they do find us, they usually have only contempt for us. All in all, it makes for a society that really is their heaven, for they live in a state of heavenly bliss. But the fact is that their heaven is our hell. Therefore, in rising up and abolishing their heaven, we will abolish our hell. The future order that we seek is, unlike the present one, something that actually works for the whole of society and not just for one fragment of it, as the contradiction of the imperatives will be resolved in a way that works for everyone. Will we be removing freedom? Most certainly, and that is not a bad thing in the slightest. Freedom is in fact something relative and subjective. The combined freedom of women, favored males, wealthy males, and males who are both favored and wealthy, which is to say, the freedom that the authorities of today defend, is the mass enslavement and torture of the common male, along with manifold other organisms, helpless animals of all kinds that have, like us, found themselves unwillingly at the bottom of the contemporary societal hierarchy. The issue isn't so simple as us just wanting to restrict women. We want to restrict and bring an end to the behavior that is causing so much needless misery today. Part of that is indeed stopping rampant hypergamy, but this extends not only to women, but also to many men. Make no mistake though, the vast majority of women are not going to put up any significant resistance against us. Their lives are not political. They don't really take such things very seriously. Why should they, after all? They can have sex. They can have friends. They can have parties. There isn't really any reason for most of them to be political on a devoted level in today's world. Sure, they might verbally express their political ideas at times when it is convenient or safe to do so, but on the whole, the majority of them don't seem to be organisms that are naturally capable of any great degree of combat and strife, or at least not direct physical combat, the kind that males are well adapted to. To get their way, women largely rely on various manipulative tactics that we, biologically conscious males, are developing an immunity to, for we are outgrowing the liberal philosophical delusions that uphold the hypergamy state's legitimacy within the minds of most Westerners. We know what the female biological imperative is, and we now know the disastrous consequences of allowing them to unrestrainedly fulfill that biological imperative. So, since women mostly won't fight us, that means we common males vastly outnumber those who would strongly seek to oppose us. That is, mostly bourgeois males and/or favored males, some criminals and some not. Sure, at first many dispossessed males who are under false consciousness will oppose us as well. But these types will become more and more rare as their social conditions inevitably continue to worsen, while our doctrines inevitably continue to spread. And in the end, when it comes to women, I actually do think that they would generally be much happier and live better lives under our future order rather than today's order. There is some evidence which demonstrates that women in the West have become more unhappy in contemporary times, since 1970, than they were before the introduction of rampant systemic hypergamy. Just because somebody or some group of people happen to want something, it doesn't mean automatically that the thing which they want will ultimately be good for them or for the society in which they live. Under the future order, will women be able to copulate with practically anyone that they want, at any time that they want, as they do now? No. But they will still be able to form families, to experience romantic love, and to self-actualize. They will be a lot more willing to do so in the future as well, since there won't be the terrible cultural depravity that there is now, nor will women's mating standards be inflated like they currently are. The new order of the future will be a vast improvement over our current order, in which freedom is the rule, but most males are barred from experiencing romantic love and self-actualization, while females, though they have been granted their precious freedom, are more miserable than ever. As Westerners, we must overcome the outdated, inordinate, and nonsensical worship of vague notions of freedom, and in doing so, we must move our center of gravity from freedom to order. I now send my final message to all of the dispossessed who are willing and able to hear me, wherever they may be. I greet you, and I say to you that I understand you, and that I know what you are feeling, for it is what I have felt. To be forcibly deprived of romantic love is a terrible thing, and one who cannot attain such love cannot actualize his authentic self. Our opponents are very powerful, and their wish is for us to ceaselessly serve them in massive numbers, as unwitting, brutalized, half-dead wage slaves, with no possessions, no actualization, and no love in our lives. They have effectively murdered our girlfriends, our wives, and our children, as those realities were severed away from us before we were conceived. What a disgusting and gruesome fate it really is, for one to be cast out of the divine realm of truly intimate love and connection. Especially when we did not do anything to deserve this treatment, but rather the only thing that we did was be born with the wrong genetics, since, as we have so undeniably seen here, the only things that matter when it comes to experiencing love as a male in the hypergamy state are the length of the bones in your legs and the shape of the bones in your face. The girl who was supposed to be your girlfriend was taken from you a long time ago, sodomized out of reality. Nothing is going to bring her back, and nothing is going to suffice for the warmth, the harmony, and the love that has been viciously ripped away from you. It was ripped away from you before you even had a chance to defend yourself. Let us not allow the perpetrators of this gruesome atrocity to go unpunished. I call on all of you now, and I ask you to join me. Let us be the initiators of a new bloodletting, one in which the blood will flood out from the lacerated bodies of our opponents. All those culpable people, be they bourgeois or lumpen, who hitherto have remained unpunished. Raise from the pestilent graves that you have been so unceremoniously cast into. Stand up, for in doing so, you will reject the horrific role of submission that they arbitrarily decided for you. However battered your decaying form may be, stand up and hold high the banner of our unflinching rebellion. For in doing so, you will gain newfound strength. Arm yourselves with whatever weaponry you may acquire, be it a blade, a gun, a bomb, or all of them together. Then go forth, storm into the palatial workplaces, the conferences, and the dwellings of our enemies, and eradicate all of the scum that you find there. Cut them down in the midst of their vile, hedonistic lives of pleasure, and let them drown in pools of their own blood. I have laid out the required tactics, targets, and preparations here and elsewhere. Be resilient, be pragmatic, be implacable, and be perceptive. Remember everything that they have taken from you, and remember all of the pain that they have caused. Be unflinching, go forth, and kill them all.